The Bluebird is out, as you can see. The world famous, the most photographed car of Santapod Raceway's history is the Nissan Bluebird. I still think it should be in the Jap Show Auto Glim Show and Shine. They should glue the track and then just drive it over to the Show and Shine area. As you can see, it's dragging the glue contraption with Liam on the back there. He's getting the wind in his face and basically just spraying down some VP Racing traction compound onto the drag strip, making it nice and sticky. What we need now is a little bit of sunshine to put some heat in the track. Doesn't matter how much glue we put down on the drag strip, you do need heat in the track. So it's going to be a little bit interesting to kick off the morning with all of these fast cars at the head of the lanes. We have Ian Mills. Well, Jap Show people, you're going to be loving this. We're going to be kicking off with obviously a Vauxhall Corsa, taking on a Vauxhall Corsa. Then we have a Ford Escort van, taking on a Honda Civic. So at that point, you can go, yay, Honda Civic. But yeah, so we've got 9 second, 10 second, 9 second, and basically a new car that is going to go fast at some point. It's just taking time, as all fresh builds do. Chris disappeared and now he's back.
Yeah, hello.
Did you get sent back?
I missed you too much.
Oh, well, you know. I have this affection. It's usually on women, but...
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, why this... There we go. How comes you're back? Are you getting a lift up?
I thought I'd come and talk about what we got going on.
Okay.
Around today. Of course, we got the shows going on a little bit later. That's where I'm going to be. So
we do. So I thought you would escape. So it is 10:10.
Yeah.
And obviously, Jap Show, we are currently waiting on the drag strip, which should be about 5 minutes' time. As whenever we see the Bluebird out, that means we're basically there. The glue is the last thing we do. Right. We got the track all nice and dry. Still got the jets working away at the top end of the track anyway, but it means that they're going to be off in a second. And putting down the glue means we are almost ready to go. You can see Barney up in the VIP area, setting all the cameras ready. So if you're here, then thank you very much. But if you want your friends to watch at home, they can watch via the live stream. That will be on today via our YouTube channel, Santapod TV, or our Facebook page, Santapod Raceway. So once that gets going, you can obviously get your shout out. That's the easiest way to get your shout out. So obviously, Jap Show, if it's someone's birthday or if it's you want your car club shouting out, when the live stream is on, you can literally just put in the comments. The best way to do it is if you're on YouTube, you can do a super chat. And that'll highlight it, or if you're on Facebook, you can send stars. They're the easiest way, because basically if you do that, Barney will message them through to me and say read these out, whereas if you don't, it will probably go in the thousands of comments that just flies by, and I'm busy chatting about the racing and I miss it. So yes, but yeah, Chris, this is your first time at Santapod Raceway. You're here to do the announcing on our live action arena stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool.
So why don't you tell us what you got to do for that?
We've got a couple of shows going on, of course. So I'll be down there looking at the timetable. I'm going to be over there from 11 today, so you can come and join us. Jason Smythe's Stunt show is the first thing we've got going on at 11 o'clock. So plenty of stunts happening down there, and then we've got the Team Maximum Lock show as well. The guys from Malta coming over for that one, so that's going to be pretty cool as well. So a bit of drifting going on and stuff like that. So
when you head up to see Team Maximum Lock, they're going to be in duffel jackets, they're going to be in leg warmers, winter hats. You'll literally walk in and go,
well,
it's not that cold, and they'll be like, oh.
I did go over to say hello to them this morning, but they were in bed. So.
Well, you know.
But if you do miss it at 11 o'clock and you want to watch the drag strip, then we are back on at 2 o'clock. So we'll have two shows again from 2 till 3 o'clock. So if you do miss us at 11, you've got 2 chances to go and watch the Stunt show at 11 and 2, and then 2 chances to go and watch the Team Maximum Lock show at 11:30 and 2:30. If you're over there at 2:30, then you can head back over and watch the final elimination, the semi-finals, and the final on the drag strip as well. I'll definitely be back over for that. That's going to be cool. I'm also looking forward to seeing the dragster as well head out, the split-second jet dragster.
Yeah.
That's on twice today, isn't it?
That's it. It is on twice. You're going to have to really run if you want to see that, though, because they always schedule it just around the same sort of times as when you'll be heading up there. So Yeah, I mean, we got 10:55 and 13:40. So 13:40 is literally straight after the lunch break. We have a short half an hour lunch break between 1 o'clock and 1:30. At that point, we'll go into eliminations round number 1 of our Jap Show Finale Shootout, and then straight after that, we will have the split-second jet dragster of Julian Webb.
I think I'll try and see it at 1:40. Definitely, that'll be a good chance to see it before then heading over to the Stunt show at 2 o'clock. Hearing about being up here, though, in the tower, I hear we don't just see the dragster, we do feel it from up here as well.
No, that's it. If you do manage to get down here, hopefully James will be able to whiz you down here, or whiz you can see it and then whiz you up there in the meantime. But yeah, we really do feel it up here in the tower. There's nothing like it. It's literally just like being on a boat. Just a really noisy boat as we rock backwards and forwards. But let's be honest, it is now October. It's a bit wintry. Everyone's got hoodies on and hats and stuff like that. So today, actually, I shall appreciate...
Except for yourself.
Having
I braved it with the shorts.
I am a shorts and T-shirt, and 365 days a year. If I'm outside, I'll still be in shorts and T-shirts.
One of those.
It could be down to... I think the best I did was like -16.
Wow.
And I was still in shorts and T-shirt.
Where was that?
That was when I used to work for a certain crappy parcel delivery company. I used to be that postman in shorts and T-shirt.
Where was it -16?
Here.
Where? What?
It was
Really?
like 4 o'clock in the morning when you go to work, and I'm stepping out, I'm scraping my window, got my knees sticking to the car.
You call him round?
Well, everyone seems to be smiling downstairs, so hopefully that is a good sign. Do we have any Startline crew net? Not yet.
No.
We do have media people. Good morning, Barney. Here's our live stream manager. Good morning, Kieran Jenkins down there. He is our YouTuber, Mark 1 Kieran. And then I believe we also have VDub Racing, or are we Shift Light TV today? We've got all of our crew on site, so they'll be taking some videos, so make sure you check out all of that footage after this weekend on YouTube. And obviously we got the guys from SantaPod TV that will be milling around as well, taking photos and videos. Well, Bluebird is parked up. Ian's jumped for the tractor. He's either jumped in there for a little bit of heat, or he's going to do a bit of sledding. We shall wait and see. It's one of those mornings. Very relaxed. It was a bit wet yesterday. I think everyone's still drying out from yesterday. You should have seen it. It was great.
You can still see the remains of it around coming in.
It was crazy.
Some people braved it, though, and camped out.
Yeah, they did. They were very brave. I mean, I've got a caravan.
Right.
That I get out for certain events. And I booked it out, and I was like, yeah, I'll collect it on Friday. And then I had a crap day in the truck on Friday, so I ran out of hours and didn't make it here on Friday night. And then yesterday, as I was driving past, I'd looked at the weather and I was like, do you know what, I'll get it after lunch. And then once it started raining, I was like, do you know what, I'm not even getting the car, because literally I would have been setting it up with my own lake around me. And I was like, do you know what, no. It was not happening.
It sounds like there's some pretty cool shows coming up as well.
There is, yeah.
Weeks.
Yeah, we're going a busy few weeks. Next weekend is Run What You Brung on the Saturday. So we go from 9:30 till 5 o'clock. On the Sunday is GTI Festival. So much like today, like Jap Show Finale, but it is for the VW or the Volkswagen Audi Group fans. And obviously we have Auto Glim Show and Shine. We have Drag Strip Run What You Brung. And we have VW DLC Heads Up Final as well. So much like the shootout today, it is for the Volkswagen Audi Group cars, and they're basically shooting out for their final round. They've got a 3-round championship that they run. They do GTI Spring Festival, Das Auto, and then GTI final. Then the weekend after is, I think, I'm thinking I got it wrong the other day. I think it's just a Saturday night special.
Well, now the
My mind is ticking now. Is it? Yeah. It's got to be Saturday night special, which means we go from 9:30 in the morning until 8 o'clock in the evening. Nice. And then on the Sunday we basically have a few people camp over, and they do 2 days worth of Run What You Brung. And then the weekend after is kind of the end of the season. We have Flame of Thunder, which is a really good one. Obviously you arrive on site on Friday. Well, some people arrive on site on Friday. There's no real drag action on the Friday. And then Saturday is basically like a demonstration day for invited drag racers from our National Drag Racing Championships. And then we have loads of jets. It's probably the last time we will see some top fuel dragsters in the UK for this season. And then we have a massive fireworks display.
When is that?
That is the last weekend of October, so the 30th and 31st. 31st being the final Run What You Brung day of the year. That's all. I like that one.
Yeah.
It's a really good Run What You Brung. It's a busy Run What You Brung because we got lots of people staying over from Flame of Thunder. Because the thing is, Flame of Thunder attracts around about 25,000 people. They all pile in for a one-day event. So they pile in the morning. You've got like I said, you've got all the drag racing demos going on. You've got like the wall of death. You've got the monster trucks. You've got the fireworks. You've got displays. You've got the big rig, American big rigs. Usually they come on site and stuff like that. So it's a real mixture, a really family show. And at the end of the evening, probably 90% leave because they come for the fireworks and see all that, and then they go home and there's big queues, and then the rest of us just go party in the bar.
Nice.
Fancy dress.
Yeah.
Because it's fireworks night, Halloween. It's all. And when's Halloween? Is Halloween the 31st?
It's the Sunday, yeah.
It's on the Sunday, so yeah. So it is a proper Halloween party in the bar as well. And usually they have a kids' disco on the Saturday afternoon, and then you obviously have the adults' disco in the evening. We've had some good costumes for that. I think
have you dressed up for that?
Yeah. I think the best one we did was we did Oompa Loompas. And there was about 20 of us doing Oompa Loompas. So we're all orange-faced, green-haired, all in suits, just running around, just creating havoc. Perfectly fine, but as I was up here in the tower the next day doing the commentary with the orange face.
Yeah. Are you going to dress up this year?
Yeah, no doubt.
Give us a what's it going to be?
I want to do Minions.
Minions,
because there's always a big group of us. So I think if we had like 15 yellow minions and then five purple ones running around just being stupid, I think that would be good fun. But it's just whether everyone else is down for it. And on the Saturday, I shall be racing in my dragster as well. Hopefully doing a couple of passes just to finish off the season. And then I'll be doing the commentary on the Sunday.
What's your quickest time here?
Mine is 9.3. See, you see the disappointment, as I say, 9.3. So hopefully we're going to finish the season with an 8 at Flame and Thunder, or next weekend or Flame and Thunder. I've got two chances. Next weekend I'm going to be up here in the tower, and then we're going to be talking about the racing, and then we'll have VWDRC heads up, and then at the same time my crew will bring the car down, and then I shall do a Superman trick in here, get changed into my race suit, run downstairs, jump in the race car, do a pass, and then get on my bike and ride back up to the tower and I go, whew, hopefully that was a good run. So that's what next weekend's going to be like. As it's a VW show, I get to run at a VW show. So yeah. And then kind of the season comes to an end. We've still got some Drift What You Brungs, if any of the guys out there like drifting. Obviously a Jap Show is very... the guys do like drifting, and we do have the drift taxis here today. That's a good thing. If you can get yourself roped into that, just wander up and go, I'm doing the commentary down there. It'd be really good if I could have a drift taxi ride, just so I could talk about it on the microphone and stuff like that. And they get you in and get you flinging around there. But if anyone else wants to go up there, it is just £10 for a drift taxi ride. That is at the top of the pits. It's usually against the fence. It's usually these events where it's really confusing, because you'll see like tyre smoke coming through the fence at the top end and floating across the drag strip, and it confuses some of our racers.
Yeah, it's at the top, isn't it? Yeah. Right
where
by the live action arena, yeah.
Oh, actually, no. Yeah, it's not so bad. Not so bad this year. They've actually got it in the middle. Sometimes they put it right up against the fence.
Okay.
But today they've put it in the middle, so that's not so bad. Yeah, so make sure you go and check out that. So today you can either go, you can watch your drag strip, you can go look at some of the card club displays, you can go and look at the Auto Glim Show and Shine, all of our traders, and then you can make your way to the top of the pits. You can get yourself a drift taxi ride, and then obviously you have a live action arena with Team Maximum Lock and Jason Smythe, and the Stunt Show, which is at 11 o'clock.
What can we expect? Have you seen the Team Maximum Lock guys?
Yeah,
give us a little sneak. It's my first time watching.
They're brilliant. Basically, you've got the four main drivers, and then you've got. I feel bad for Bruce. Bruce is like he's not like the spare part. He is part of the team, but they just don't include him as much. But yeah, you've got Marc Galère, Christian Bezina, and Chris Abella. They are Team Maximum Lock. They are Malta's semi-finalists in Malta's Got Talent last year. It was quite weird because I've got one of them one of them wonderful little encrypted dongles. I can watch TV from all over the world. So I was watching Malta's Got Talent when it was on, cheering them on. They're like, dial this number. I was like, no, I'm not dialing no number, but I'll cheer them on. And then they lost to like when you got the sob story kid who's like, my grandma died. She would be so proud. And I'm sitting there going, Team Maximum Lock, don't care about your grandma. But unfortunately, they got knocked out by a kid who was a terrible singer with a sad story.
And what about Jason Smythe, very quickly?
Oh, he's very good as well. He'll be spinning around with the quad and stuff like that. Right, your first taste of drag racing.
Here we go.
So we're kicking off with what is going to be it is open qualifying for our Jap Show Finale Shootout, but we have a pairing lanes full of front-wheel drive racers and rear-wheel drive racers and four-wheel drive racers. So Craig Evans with the Vauxhall Corsa in the Kestrel beer lane, 9-second car taking on Ian Milne, who's having issues off the start line. So it's going to be basically a solo run, staring at Craig Evans as he goes through the top end and starts the day with a 10.38 at 137.
Oh, wow.
Not bad for a Vauxhall Corsa, eh?
What is this?
Yes, yeah, you get a certain view that certain people don't get.
I didn't expect that today.
Yes. When Terry Newton comes underneath the tower, throughout the day, why not try and read some of the sign writing on it? But yes, as you've noticed, we get a certain view that other people don't get. There's a hidden thing.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, we have.
Wow. How many Jap Show people are laughing going, Vauxhall Corsa, you started today, you're broke. Bring on the Jap stuff. So, the worst thing was, Ian was last night, he was like, we just fitted a new gearbox to the car last night. Hopefully that's not the gearbox.
Wouldn't be a good start.
No, that's it. But this is drag racing. They'll take it back to the pits. If they've got spares, they will rebuild and they'll be back again. And the strange thing about today's open qualifying is he's got up until lunchtime to get a pass in. So he's all good. Right. So underneath the tower, Sean Prout with the Smurf. That is the lovely blue Honda Civic down there. This basically has all the toys. It is all singing and all dancing and will go quick. He's only been out in the car, 5-6 runs. He was here at Door Slammers. Each run he's getting quicker and quicker. And he's going to be taking on Terry Newton with the Fat Pig Ford Escort van. Now, this Escort van has been down into the 9s. You'll notice when it comes underneath the tower, it now has a parachute on the back as it has been trapping 150 mile an hour on multiple occasions. So this could be the killer at the Jap Show. Obviously, everyone hears.
When you look at the entry list, it's the one that stands out.
Is it? So Ford Escort van. What?
You go, Terry Newton, the Ford Escort van, the Fat Pig.
Yeah.
Quickest time, 9.87 seconds.
That's it.
You go, I'm looking forward to that one.
It is. Really, it is quite a fan favourite.
That's who I'm cheering on for, yeah.
Oh, that's it. There you go.
I'm sure there's plenty of people in the grandstand cheering Terry on as well.
That's it. Well, while we do a little bit of a clean-up.
Have you figured out how to work the the radiator yet, or is it?
See, I'm laughing at some of Sean's crew who are literally cold down there. I'm just up here cuddling a radiator. It's all good. It's like a little baby. Look at Barney putting the camera on me. It's not even that cold. I'm in shorts. See my legs. Yes.
I think we're almost ready to go.
I padded. So, Terry Newton I suppose for where you see it, you can't see the sign writing on the side here, can you?
No.
Come a bit further. So, the BJ champion, erection specialist of Terry Newton. It's going to be taking on Sean Prout with the Smurf. Terry Newton's personal best is a 9.87. He has not armed his parachute. If you've got a parachute on the back, it must be armed every time, just in case. Right, so we're good to go. Back door's open on Terry's van and the parachute stops them from opening, so that works quite well. 169.60 the 8th mile, doing 101. Terry Newton starts the day with a 10.81 and 129, and Sean Prout goes 11.78 and 127.
If you've never seen track racing before, that's pretty incredible.
Right, next up, another one for the Ford fans, and one of our Scottish contingent entries, Ross Laird from Laird Performance with the Fiesta ST. He's taking on Jack Byrne with the Honda Civic. Now what you can see the guys spraying down there on the start line is, it's not Cherryade, it is a mixture of methanol, chemical cleaners and other random stuff, and basically they squirt it on the track. It cleans up any fluid like oil, water, and as you can see it dissolves within seconds. Right, unfortunately Ian Marshall is telling the car to go back. Okay, so he's going to have to do a little bit more cleanup in that lane, unfortunately. So it's going to be a solo run for Ross Laird with the Fiesta ST. Well, unfortunately,
I don't think that quite went to plan.
No. But the good thing is today is open qualifying, whereas normally we'd probably have like 3 qualifiers scheduled in. Then it'd be a bit more stressful. Whereas today he can literally come back down, join the queue, and get another run in. So it's not so bad.
I'm heading to the Action Arena. We'll be there from 11 o'clock if you want to come over.
There you go. Well, you got to see like 3 pairs.
Yeah.
Well done.
It's good. We've got it all day, haven't we? So I'll be back later. I got to see Terry, so that'll do for this morning.
That's it.
I'll be back. We'll be over at the Action Arena we got the Stunt show at 11, and we got Team Maximum Lock at 11:30. I'll leave you to your own company for now. I'll be back after that.
I'm used to it. I just get left alone. Don't worry. So Team Maximum Lock at 11:30 in the Live Action Arena. Chris is just heading up there to check that out. In fact, before that, in only like 25 minutes, we do have a scheduled jet car. So hopefully we'll be seeing that at some point very soon. Well, it's not the first time in the world I've talked out my arse, but it is not open qualifying. Someone said that to me this morning. Who was lying? So qualifying is at actually 9:30, 10:45, and 12 o'clock.
So racing's on time.
Yeah. See what happens when people tell you when you don't look at the programme. Anyway, so yeah, so 3 qualifiers. I did think it was strange. Someone said it was open qualifying. Ignore that. So yeah, so we have 3 qualifiers this morning for our Jap Show Shootout. And with that, we continue on. Who have we got? Darren Dewhurst with the Shed, the Vauxhall Corsa, 10-second Vauxhall Corsa. He's going to be taking on Ahmed Jamshed with a big man ting Honda Civic. This has got a freshly built Rami Racing engine. And is a quick way to part with 20 bags of sand. So, Ahmed Jamshed's personal best is a 9.12. He is here this weekend with one goal. One goal is to run an 8. It's going to be taking on Darren Dewhurst with the Shed. Well, Ahmed 178, 60 foot, 106 at the 8th. It's going to be a little checkout pass, and he goes through the top end with a 10.90 at 124. And Darren crawls through the top end with a 1952 at 48. Now, don't forget, we do have 20 entries in the Jap Show Finale Shootout. Only 16 of them will go into the Eliminations ladder. So the pressure is on. There is a bump spot. And hopefully after Q1, when we come around to Q2, that bump spot will be up on the gantry for the guys to see. Anthony Mincher with the 20 valve turbo Mark 1 Golf, taking on Jack Byrne with a Honda Civic. Well, issues for Anthony, but a nice pass for Jack. 182, 60 foot, 114 at the 8th. Going to be a 10. 10.22 at 147. Well, unfortunately, it looks like there's a little bit of fluid on our start line in the Kestrel beer lane. So just bear with us 2 seconds. Now you can see the guys were told Alan Duffy with the Vauxhall Corsa to shut off, mainly because they know his car runs on methanol. Looking out the tower as well down there, it is nice to see Dougie Gemmell back on site with the TDI powered tuning Honda Civic. We've not seen him all year, so it's great to see him back at such a late stage of the season. Probably dial it back because I do bracket racing anyway. I want to get a season of just running.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit, dude. Right, we're back on. So, Alan Duffy, former UK front wheel drive drag series champion with the Vauxhall Corsa, is going to be taking on a fellow Scot, Dougie Gamble. For his first run this season. That's crazy. First run this season. Yeah. Right, so Alan straight into full stage. Here comes Dougie. The lights drop. Issues for Dougie on the start line. Alan goes 167, 60 foot, 116 at the 8th, gets close to the middle, but goes through with a 9.93 at 153, taking him into number 1 spot. Right, next up, Andy Nichols with the Scirocco. Yes, Mark 1 Scirocco, 20 valve turbo, 4-wheel drive, beautiful car. He's going to be taking on Simon Durans with the Skyline. The fact that I can see Barney down there with the extra camera means that our live stream is on. So good morning to everybody watching on SantaPod TV, our YouTube channel, or SantaPod Raceway, our Facebook page. Let us know where you're watching from in the world as you join us for the Jap Show Shootout qualifying round number 1. It's been a long old morning. Yesterday was a little bit wet. When I say a little bit wet, I wasn't surprised to see Noah's Ark arriving in the pits, grabbing drag racers 2 by 2. Okay, thumbs up from the starter. Oh, it's a nice strong launch by Andy Nichols, 176, 60 foot. Unfortunately, issues mid-track for him. Simon Durans leaves the line, starts putting the power in around about 330. Andy Nichols goes through with a 1265, and Simon goes through with a 1224 at 132. 132, you can tell there's a lot more in that to come. Right there, next up, front wheel drive versus rear wheel drive. Matty Davison with the Civic, who ran down into the 9s for the first time at the Door Slammers last month. That sounds crazy to say, literally a last month. It's going to be taking on Mark Mosley from Team Extreme with the Skyline. Nice launch by Matty, 1.63 to the 60 foot, the 8th mile doing 112. Matty Davison goes through with a 10.05, and Mark goes through with an 8.88 at 160 miles an hour, showing that he means business. All right, next up, another pair. Adam Skinner with the Fiat 126, but it does have a Toyota MR2 turbo engine in the back. Has run down into the 9s before, and he's going to be taking on Gary Gooding with the Team Extreme Racing Supra. Now Gary has stepped up the performance with the Supra. For many years was running a street eliminator. Yes, this is technically still a street legal Toyota Supra. He's just now changed all the fueling system to run full methanol and threw away the radials and put on a set of slicks on the back. So Craig out the front there, arms the parachute. You can see the Maltese flag as they nod to all of their friends over in Malta who are racing this weekend around 4 of their championships. Wow, big hard right-hander there, unfortunately, for Gary Goodins. But Adam Skinner is onto a flyer and goes through with a 10.08 at 140. Now, obviously, Gary had a big bang there, so we're going to be down on the drag strip wise for a few minutes' time while we do a little bit of a clean-up. Go get yourself a coffee. Go get yourself some food. It is now 10:45, so you've got 15 minutes until Live Action Arena kicks off at the top end of the pits, so perfect time to go and check out Live Action Arena. Obviously, we'll be back with you with some drag strip action when we can. With the Vauxhall Corsa in the Kestrel beer lane, 9-second car taking on Ian Milne, who's having issues off the start line. So it's going to be basically a solo run, staring at Craig Evans as he goes through the top end and starts the day with a 10.38 at 137. Back doors open on Terry's van and the parachute stops them from opening, so that works quite well. 169.60 at the 8th mile doing 101. Terry Newton starts the day with a 10.81 at 129, and Sean Prout goes 11.70. Well, unfortunately,
I don't think that quite went to plan.
No. But the good thing is today is open qualifying, whereas normally we'd probably have like 3 qualifiers scheduled in. Then it'd be a bit more stressful. Whereas today he can literally come back down, join the... Well, Ahmed 178.60 106 at the 8th. It's going to be a little checkout pass, and he goes through the top end with a 10.90 at 124. Well, issues for Anthony, but a nice pass for Jack. 182.60 114 at the 8th. Going to be a 10. 10.22 at 147. Here comes Dougie. The lights drop. Issues for Dougie on the start line. Alan goes 167.60 116 at the 8th. Gets close to the middle, but goes through with a 9.93 at 153. A strong launch by Andy Nichols. 176.60 Unfortunately, issues mid-track for him. Simon Durans leaves the line, starts putting the power in around about 3:30. Andy Nichols goes through with a 12.65, and Simon goes through with... Well, nice launch by Maddie. 1.63 to the 60 at the 8th mile doing 112. Maddie Davison goes through with a 10.05, and Mark goes through with an 8.88 at 106. Wow, big hard right-hander there, unfortunately, for Gary Goodins. But Adam Skinner is onto a flyer and goes through with a 10.08 at 140. Well, looking into the parent lanes, still got quite a few cars yet to come in our Jap Show Finale shootout. As you can imagine, we've got a little bit of a clean-up going on at the moment. You can see all the guys down there with cloths basically trying to get the methanol up off the track. There's nothing, well, there is other things, but it's a bit of a track eater, so they've got to try and get it up as quick as possible. The medical crew taken care of with Gary, and hopefully he is A-OK. Got out the car perfectly fine. And obviously he'll be taken straight to the medical centre, which we have here on site at Santipod Raceway. Meanwhile, 8 minutes to go until the Kestrel Beer Lane. 9-second car taking on Ian Milne, who's having issues off the start line. So it's going to be basically a solo run, staring at Craig Evans as he goes through the top end and starts the day with a 10.38 at 137. Back doors open on Terry's van and the parachute stops them from opening, so that works quite well. 169.60 at the 8th mile doing 101. Terry Newton starts the day with a 10.81 at 129, and Sean Prout goes 11.70. Well, unfortunately,
I don't think that quite went to plan.
No. But the good thing is today is open qualifying, whereas normally we'd probably have like 3 qualifiers scheduled in. Then it'd be a bit more stressful. Whereas today, he can literally come back down, join the... Well, Ahmed 178.60 106 at the 8th. It's going to be a little checkout pass, and he goes through the top end with a 10.90 at 124. Well, issues for Anthony, but a nice pass for Jack. 182.60 114 at the 8th. Going to be a 10. 10.22 at 147. Here comes Dougie. The lights drop. Issues for Dougie on the start line. Alan goes 167.60 116 at the 8th. Gets close to the middle, but goes through with a 9.93. At 153. Very strong launch by Andy Nichols, 176.60. Unfortunately, issues mid-track for him. Simon Durans leaves the line, starts putting the power in around about 3:30. Andy Nichols goes through with a 12.65, and Simon goes through with... Well, nice launch by Maddie, 1.63 to the 60 foot, the 8th mile doing 112. Maddie Davison goes through with a 10.05, and Mark goes through with an 8.88 at 160 miles an hour. Kestrel Beer Lane. 9-second car taking on Ian Milne, who was having issues off the start line. So it's going to be basically a solo run, staring at Craig Evans as he goes through the top end and starts the day with a 10.38 at 136. Back doors open on Terry's van and the parachute stops them from opening, so that works quite well. 169.60 foot, the 8th mile doing 101. Terry Newton starts the day with a 10.81 at 129, and Sean Prout goes 11.70. Well, unfortunately,
I don't think that quite went to plan.
No. But the good thing is today is open qualifying, whereas normally we'd probably have like 3 qualifiers scheduled in. Then it'd be a bit more stressful. Whereas today he can literally come back down, join the... Well, Ahmed 178.60 foot, 106 at the 8th. It's going to be a little checkout pass, and he goes through the top end with a 10.90 at 124. Well, issues for Anthony, but a nice pass for Jack. 182.60 foot, 114 at the 8th. Going to be a 10. 10.22 at 147. Here comes Dougie. The lights drop. Issues for Dougie on the start line. Alan goes 167.60 foot, 116 at the 8th. Gets close to the middle, but goes through with a 9.93 at 153. A strong launch by Andy Nichols, 176.60 foot. Unfortunately, issues mid-track for him. Simon Durans leaves the line, starts putting the power in around about 3:30. Andy Nichols goes through with a 12.65, and Simon goes through with... Well, nice launch by Maddie, 1.63 to the 60 foot, the 8th mile doing 112. Maddie Davison goes through with a 10.05, and Mark goes through with an 8.88 at 160 miles an hour. Kestrel beer lane. 9-second car taking on Ian Milne, who's having issues off the start line. So it's going to be basically a solo run, staring at Craig Evans as he goes through the top end and starts the day with a 10.38 at 137. Back doors open on Terry's van and the parachute stops them from opening, so that works quite well. 169.60 foot, the 8th mile doing 101. Terry Newton starts the day with a 10.81 at 129, and Sean Prout goes 11.70. Well, unfortunately,
I don't think that quite went to plan.
No. But the good thing is today is open qualifying, whereas normally we'd probably have like 3 qualifiers scheduled in. Then it'd be a bit more stressful. Whereas today he can literally come back down, join the... Well, Ahmed 178.60 foot, 106 at the 8th. It's going to be a little checkout pass, and he goes through the top end with a 10.90 at 124. Well, issues for Anthony, but a nice pass for Jack. 182.60 foot, 114 at the 8th. Going to be a 10. 10.22 at 147. Here comes Dougie. The lights drop. Issues for Dougie on the start line. Alan goes 167.60 foot, 116 at the 8th. Gets close to the middle, but goes through with a 9.93 at 153. A strong launch by Andy Nichols, 176.60 foot. Unfortunately, issues mid-track for him. Simon Durans leaves the line, starts putting the power in around about 3:30. Andy Nichols goes through with a 12.65, and Simon goes through with... Well, nice launch by Maddie, 1.63 to the 60 foot, the 8th mile doing 112. Maddie Davison goes through with a 10.05, and Mark goes through with an 8.88 at 160 miles an hour. Kestrel beer lane. 9-second car taking on Ian Milne, who's having issues off the start line. So it's going to be basically a solo run, staring at Craig Evans as he goes through the top end and starts the day with a 10.38 at 137. Back doors open on Terry's VAD and the parachute stops them from opening, so that works quite well. 169.60 foot at the 8th mile doing 101. Terry Newton starts the day with a 10.81 at 129, and Sean Prout goes 11.70. Well, unfortunately,
I don't think that quite went to plan.
No. But the good thing is today is open qualifying, whereas normally we'd probably have like 3 qualifiers scheduled in. Then it'd be a bit more stressful. Whereas today he can literally come back down, join the... Well, Ahmed 178.60 foot, 106 at the 8th. It's going to be a little checkout pass, and he goes through the top end with a 10.90 at 124. Well, issues for Anthony, but a nice pass for Jack. 182.60 foot, 114 at the 8th. Going to be a 10. 10.22 at 147. Here comes Dougie. The lights drop. Issues for Dougie on the start line. Alan goes 167.60 foot, 116 at the 8th. Gets close to the middle, but goes through with a 9.93 at 153. A strong launch by Andy Nichols, 176.60 foot. Unfortunately, issues mid-track for him. Simon Durans leaves the line, starts putting the power in around about 3:30. Andy Nichols goes through with a 12.65, and Simon goes through with... Well, nice launch by Maddie, 1.63 to the 60 foot, the 8th mile doing 112. Maddie Davison goes through with a 10.05, and Mark goes through with an 8.88 at 160 miles an hour. See them as well. A lot of them suffered yesterday. Literally, they set up their trade stands yesterday, and then their heavens opened. So they're probably feeling a little bit waterlogged. So go spend some money with our traders that are on site. Thank you very much again for supporting Jap Show Finale. Live Action Arena, Drift Taxis, Santa Pod Shop is open, the CAF. We've got car clubs. Go and check out all the cars, Auto Glim Show and Shine, and much, much more. And we'll be back with some drag trip action very soon. Kestrel Beer Lane. 9-second car taking on Ian Milne, who's having issues off the start line. So it's going to be basically a solo run, staring at Craig Evans as he goes through the top end and starts the day with a 10.38 at 137. Back doors open on Terry's van and the parachute stops them from opening, so that works quite well. 169.60 foot at the 8th mile doing 101. Terry Newton starts the day with a 10.81 at 129, and Sean Prout goes 11.70. Well, unfortunately,
I don't think that quite went to plan.
No. But the good thing is today is open qualifying, whereas normally we'd probably have like 3 qualifiers scheduled in. Then it'd be a bit more stressful. Whereas today he can literally come back down, join the... Well, Ahmed 178.60 foot, 106 at the 8th. It's going to be a little checkout pass, and he goes through the top end with a 10.90 at 124. Well, issues for Anthony, but a nice pass for Jack. 182.60 foot, 114 at the 8th. Going to be a 10. 10.22 at 147. Here comes Dougie. The lights drop. Issues for Dougie on the start line. Alan goes 167.60 foot, 116 at the 8th. Gets close to the middle, but goes through with a 9.93 at 153. Very strong launch by Andy Nichols, 176.60 foot. Unfortunately, issues mid-track for him. Simon Durans leaves the line, starts putting the power in around about 3:30. Andy Nichols goes through with a 12.65, and Simon goes through with... Well, nice launch by Maddie, 1.63 to the 60 foot, the 8th mile doing 112. Maddie Davison goes through with a 10.05, and Mark goes through with an 8.88 at 160 miles an hour. Okay, right, so cars around the corner are starting to fire up and the drivers are getting into their cars. Ali is coming around the corner with a Sonic GTR. He's going to be taking on Jeff Ludgate. So, pair of Skylines. Well, you know, it's Jap Show. I can't really say that. Someone will get angry, won't they? We've got one Skyline and we've got one Nissan GTR. It's not a Skyline. Have you seen the Skyline version of this model? It's terrible. So, Jesus Christ, Ali coming round with the troops. So, 2 crew members per car. This should be quite amusing. Right, so nice big rolling burn out there by Jeff Ludgate is... Lots of pointy fingers. So still waiting on Ali to do his burnout. Jeff is prepared and ready to go. It's going to be a solo. A little hop, skip and a jump for Jeff. Doing 127 at the 8th. And he goes through the top end with a 10.35 at 153 miles an hour. Go. Okay, so no burnout by Ali with the Sonic GTR. He's going to creep it off the line. Put some power in mid-track. Doing 94 at the 8th. And lifts off at the top end. Goes through the top end with a 13.06 and 91. Okay. Last pair then. Lee Openshaw with the Punto GT. Would have been taken on Josh with the Honda Civic, but there's lots of fluid unfortunately come out of the car. As Dave takes the most inappropriate time to do a computer reset. Right, just behind the tower you can see Julian Webb with split second dragster. He'll be next to come round on the drag strip. We have the first jet pass of the day. Okay, so it's going to be a solo run for Lee Openshaw. This still has the original 1.4 litre 8-valve engine that come with a Punto GT, larger size turbo and nitrous. It was here at Door Slammers, running down into the 11s. Nice, 60 foot, 1.61 at the 8th mile, doing 97 miles an hour, and Lee Openshaw goes through with an 11.46 and 121. Wow, I think that is way the fastest I have seen that car go. Okay. It always feels weird when there's a jet in the other lane. I like this. It's not below me. I'm still going to reset everything. This laptop is way too far forward. There's no way that is lasting there. So the first of two passes from Julian Webb with the split second jet dragster. Give you a little taste of £5,000 of thrust and give you a taste of what we're going to see at the end of this month for Flame and Thunder, where we have numerous jets on site. We look forward to seeing some side-by-side jet car and jet dragster racing, so make sure you get your tickets for Flame and Thunder at the end of this month. Our last event of the Santa Pod calendar for 2021. So with the jet dragster being so long, the actual main body and where Julian sits is underneath the tower, so I cannot see anything of what's going on. I'm assuming the guys will literally be attaching the external starter batteries. They'll start up the jet, turning over the turbine, just like that. You'll hear the ting 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 as the igniter clicks in, and eventually the turbine ignites. And it's as if Gary Goodin's car has not had enough abuse today. It's now going to be peppered with little stones. So the Iveco van moved out the way. And again, if you've never seen a jet before, this is obviously a jet engine attached to a dragster chassis with an afterburner. Throwing some diesel down the tube. Oh yes, warmth, warmth, ladies and gentlemen. Now that is a flame show. 30 to 40 foot flames coming out the back of the split second jet dragster as Julian Webb pulls him out in front of the tower. Starts to ramp up the turbine. Don't forget to put fingers in your ears. Wow. Those jet pulses are working pretty well. They've got the tower rocking and rolling. As the crew member brings Julian up to full stage, the lights drop. Away the jet dragster goes. So 1.22 60 foot, 172 at the 8th, and goes through with a 682 at 231 miles away. I wonder how many people in the grandstand had their hands out going, feel the warmth, a little bit of heat. Now don't forget, that is the first of 2 showings from the split second jet dragster. Next time will be 22 this afternoon, basically after lunchtime, after our round 1. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as the crew drive off to collect Julian Webb from the top end. And with that, we're going to roll into our Run What You Brung. Looking in the programme, we are back to competitions. We have not done a Run What You Brung competition all year. And we are back to doing trophies for classes. Class A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H and X being Nissan, Datsun, Infiniti, Toyota, Lexus, Honda, Acura, Mitsubishi Proton, Subaru, Mazda, Suzuki, Daihatsu, Isuzu, all Jap bikes and all non-road legal cars, including cars on slicks. So trophy presentations at the end of today. loads of bikes. Then we got go-karts. UK drag karts. Well, I love that the drag kart in the Kestrel beer lane has a learner badge on the back of the kart, so I'm assuming newly acquired. Death or glory, my friend. Death or glory. Takes a brave man to drive one of them. 1268 at 76, and a 1459 at 91. Plenty more to come. So you'll see them stepping up in performance. Bigger tyres on the back, bigger wings, wheelie bars, stretch chassis. Doesn't mean they're much more stable. Just means they try. 93 at the 8th and go through in 11.79 at 107. Right then, last pair of UK drag karts. There's a lot of bouncing going on in the Kestrel beer lane. Still keeping his foot in though. Autoglim lane goes 11.63 at 108 to a 12.47 at 103. Right. Next up, Josh Lightfoot with the Honda Civic K20 Turbo. Was supposed to be entered in the Jap Show Finale Shootout, but unfortunately, rules stated that you have to have a roll cage, and Josh did not have one. So unfortunately, he's been banished to run what you brung. He's going to get some good runs in though, looking to improve on his personal best of 11 second flat. Unfortunately, with a box of neutrals, it's not going to happen this time. Alright, so one of our GTRs. It's going to be a solo run. So continuing on with our Run What You Rung, the Mazda MPS on the start line. Obviously for his first run of the day, as it's been a struggle of a morning. The Sanapod crew have had it hard this morning, all that rain last night. Some incidents on track. 1766, 71 miles an hour for the Mazda. Now I'm pretty sure I saw one of them doing a 12 in Orlando, and I'm pretty sure I could hear the engine revving and revving. Right, 11:42 on the clock. Team Maximum Lock are doing their thing in the live action arena. Their first of two shows for today. You got your drift taxi rides going on at the top of the pits for just £10 if you want to get flung around the drift taxi arena. Get the ride of your life. Auto Glim Show and Shine is very much full around the corner. Loads of beautiful cars around there. And this absolutely gorgeous Nissan Skyline on the start line for sale as well. Never raced or rallied. We'll do a little performance test for you as well to see if it's up to the spec. Start line is all driver error. Going through the gears, sounds lovely and smooth. Goes 88 at the 8th. And goes through with a 1285 at 102. There you go. If you want to get yourself a Nissan Skyline, go speak to the driver. Ray Saunders with the Angry Birdie. Many, many moons ago, Ray Saunders used to race in the UK front-wheel drive drag series with his EG Civic. Went down into the 9s and then split it all apart. Decided to build himself a four-wheel drive Honda Integra Turbo. That was his COVID project last year, and here it is on the drag strip. So, 218, 60 foot, the 8th mile doing 91, and Ray Saunders goes for the top end with a 1280 and 114. Well, I can tell you, the drag racing gods are not looking down on us today. There's been a lot of breakages. Oh Lord, we got the cars, we got the fuel, we just can't keep a car together. Oh, we can laugh, can't we? I tell you what, Jap Show people, I think we're on a par with the Ford Show for breakages. I thought Japanese cars were reliable. The Kestrel beer lane, 9-second car taking on Ian Milne, who's having issues off the start line. So it's going to be basically a solo run, staring at Craig Evans as he goes through the top end and starts the day with a 10.38 at 137. Right. El Toro underneath the tower. Mohammed for his first run of the day with the Skyline. It's going to be taking on the Honda Civic. Ooh, a little bit of race fuel does smell good in the morning. Civic just feeling like Miss Daisy as the skyline goes past at 121 and goes through with a 911 at 152 to start his day. Next up, turbocharged EK Civic taking on a Nissan Skyline. Literally. It's not a GTR. It's not an R35. It is a Skyline. Well, Civic giving the Skyline a good old head start. 75 to 103 at the 8th, and the Civic drives around him 11.97 and 122, 2014 69 and 95. Right, next up, Mitsubishi Colt. This is another Skyline. Slicks on all four corners. Drops it into second gear. Very nice. Put some heat into the rear tyres. Don't forget there is Run What You Run competition running throughout today. Fastest will be declared at 4 o'clock. The Nissans, Datsuns and Infinitis are all lumped together. Toyotas and Lexus together. Honda and Acura together. Mitsubishi and Proton together. Then we have Subaru, Mazda, all Jap bikes, Subaru, Daihatsu and Isuzu together, and all non-road legal cars, including cars on slicks, all lumped in one class. Well, the Mitsubishi's long gone and goes through with a 1461 at 95. Okay, next parent. $13.52 to a $14.61, and below us, RX-7, first RX-7 of the day. She's a bit of a smoker, but still a damn fine looking car. It's going to be taking on the one of those rare Japanese imports, the Ford Pop. Oh, a little bit of nitrous purge. He's just trying to compete with the RX-7 for smoke. So, both rear-wheel drive cars. Just about 50 years between the difference of when they were made. Okay then, right, so Skyline back. Let's see if he's done his seatbelts up this time. He has indeed. We're on to the winner. What a wrap. Well, it's all gone silent. I don't know where the music's gone. And I'm not going to start singing. I'm not paid that bad. I do not need to torture you with that. Anyway, continuing on with the Run What You Brung. Music will come back in at some point. Ben Wood for his first run of the day with a Subaru Impreza. He went down into the 10s yesterday on the very limited runs that we did get in the morning. 108 at the 8th, goes through with a 10.37 at 140. Throwing some diesel down the tube. Oh, yes. Warmth. Warmth, ladies and gentlemen. Now that is a flame show. 30 to 40 foot flames coming out the back of the split second jet dragster. As Julian Webb pulls him out in front of the tower. Starts to ramp up the turbine. Don't forget to put fingers in your ears. The jet pulses are working pretty well. They've got the tower rocking and rolling. As the crew member brings Julian up to full stage. The lights drop. Away the jet dragster goes. So 1.22 60 foot, 172 at the 8th, and goes through at a 682 at 231 miles away. I wonder how many people in the grandstand. Yeah, fix it. Yeah. There you go, Ian. You can dance again now. I have no idea why that decided to turn itself off. It took me about 20 minutes to fix it, though. I was about to throw it out the window. There we go. But we have some music back anyway. And just in time for some cars. I say that as the Toyota MR2 gets turned back again. Oh, what's it going on? Alright. So Chris is back in the tower. Yours got a little bit out. There you go. You're back in the tower.
Yep.
How was the live action arena for your first time ever?
It was great. Yeah, really, really good. First time seeing both shows, so yeah, I have to say, awesome. Yeah, if you didn't get a chance to see them, come back at 2 o'clock, 2:30. If you did see Jason Smythe's Stunt show, he said he's going to make the jumps Maybe a little bigger on the next one.
Nice.
And Team Maximum Lock were great.
Did you get used as a prop at any point?
Not in that one.
Not in that one. Okay. See,
that might happen next time.
I've had it with the Aripado stunt show guys with the quads. They're like, just stand here. And I'm like, okay. And then they wheel in a ramp behind me. And they're like, don't turn around. I'm like, I can see you pull that ramp behind me. And they're like, whatever you do, when we jump, don't move.
Don't move.
Like, okay. So, literally skim straight across the head. It's like, oh, my God. And then on the days when we have Terry Grant and his stunt shit, he'll literally like stand here. I'm just going to spin around you, and he'll literally have the front tire like an inch away from your toe, just going round and round. And he's like, "Do not move. If you move, I will hit you." You're like, okay. Louise did that one. Louise was here with Terry Grant, and she was just like, "Oh my God!" He was like, "I was like, what kind of shoes do you have on?" She had like these little slip-on slippers. I was like, "Oh, them toes could go."
Be careful.
Nice. But yeah, you enjoyed that. And obviously on the drag strip we've had qualifying round number 1 of our Jap Show Finale Shootout. We had unfortunately we had an incident with Gary Gooden and his Toyota Supra, the Team Extreme Toyota Supra, where it hit the wall literally in the first 60 foot, and that's behind us in what used to be the old barns. Unfortunately, there's quite a bit of damage to that, but Gary is A-OK. I've seen him wandering around. He went to the medical centre, and since then I've seen him wandering around with Craig. He's probably just gone to get himself a coffee and some lunch and just to sit down and kind of chill after that sort of thing. Because of that incident, we had a bit of downtime, and then for some reason today the Jap Show attendees have been some of the most unreliable cars in the world, and we've had breakage after breakage after breakage, so we're quite far behind on the schedule. We chopped out qualifying round number 2 of the shootout, and as I say that, what would have been round number 2 is now going to be round number, what would have been round number 3 is now round number 2, as our shootout guys start arriving in the pairing lanes. I'm a little bit confused as Ali is now coming underneath the tower, and he was entered in the shootout.
Who is leading so far in terms of time?
I believe it was Mark Mosley with an 888. Okay, right, so well, you can see the power really coming in with Ali Skyline as he goes through the top end. 136 goes through with a 1044, 178 miles an hour, considering he was not on the power till at least half track. Wow, that's what 2,335 horsepower can do. Well, unfortunately, Ali, for some reason, come round the corner in the run what you brung, so that actually won't even qualify him for the shootout. And since our shootout guys are in the pairing lanes, he's either got to be really, really quick to get in the shootout lanes, because he's currently not qualified in the 16-car shootout, because the first run wasn't that quick.
Top 16 go through.
Yeah.
Eliminations, yeah.
And I can't. Annoyingly, because we don't have race numbers, we're using number plates and stuff like that at the moment. I don't know. I couldn't even tell you who is what. And because we're on Jap Show Run What You Brung at the moment, so the computer screen is for our Run What You Brung cars, not for our competition cars. So I couldn't tell you what Ali did in his first qualifier at the moment. Meanwhile, in the Auto Glim lane, the Nissan Skyline, Nissan GT-R, or R35, or it's our 5th fastest vehicle on the drag strip today. Actually, let's say 4th. Let's not count the split second dragster. And then actually we have FB, which is Funny Bike. So it's up there. It's definitely up there as one of the quickest vehicles on the drag strip so far today. So if the crew out there for Ali with the GTR, let him know that he needs to be back in the pairing lanes ASAP if he wants to make the second and final qualifier, as he ran that run in Run With Your Brung, not in competition. So the guys from the Sonic GTR team make sure that Ali makes his way down into the pairing lanes to get his run in the qualifier, as he may not be qualified for eliminations.
How's Run What You Brung been?
Run What You Brung's been
what's been
a mixture.
What's been the standouts so far?
As usual, it's been the R35s. They've been the quickest. There was a very, very nice RX-7 that come round. Unfortunately, wasn't as fast as I thought it was going to be in my head, but I do like an RX-7. Then we got the Skyline round the corner that is coming down for his second run. Never raced or rallied, but is for sale.
Oh.
He did a really nice slow pass. It was a 12-second pass, and I think that was just perfect. So he's basically trying to advertise his car, and instead of just sticking it in one spot, he's putting it on the corner mile. And then obviously you've got, not only have you got the people in the grandstand and the people on the banking to look at the car, you've also got all the wonderful people watching on the live stream.
Yes.
So it's like an online auction.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't do that really quick. Okay, so keeping on with our Run What You Brung cars. We've got a few more cars coming forward. The time is, in fact, 12:15. Message from security as I open it up. Finally. Red Mitsubishi Evolution parked behind the barn. Registration Romeo 890 Victor Sierra Mother. That's a Mitsubishi Red Evolution R890 VSM. You are parked behind the barn. We need your vehicle moving. We do not have vehicles parking behind the barn anymore. As you may have noticed, all the staff parking got moved from there, so that means it's still not general public either.
No.
So please return to your vehicle if you parked your red Mitsubishi Evolution behind the barns. There's a no parking zone. Basically, we extended the walkway out for COVID so people were not crossing. So there's a separate one way and a separate the other way.
I see.
Well,
still plenty more heading down.
There is, unfortunately, another Mitsubishi. Is he still running? He's still running. Yay! Been very, very, very unreliable day.
No.
I don't know what's going on.
Well, my first time here, and I've sort of bought a curse.
Yeah.
To break all the cars.
That's it. You and your non-driving malarkey. Well. So, 12:15, 45 minutes left until we stop for a short half-an-hour break. And believe me, that half-an-hour break is not going to be long enough for our Santapod crew that have probably pushed about 100 cars this morning.
Yeah.
They're going to be resting that whole half an hour. Lots of catering vans are open now. Oodles and noodles, fish and chips, pizza, Mexican, fish and chips, burgers. You got the Santapod Caf, and you got the burger stall just behind the main grandstand. So make sure you're getting some food during, well, from now up until that lunch break, obviously, because we're going to be joining the same queues as you, so it's always nice if you get your food before us, so we don't waste our half an hour break queuing in the queue to get some food. So, tractors out. We're going to do a few seconds of track preparation for our high horsepower cars that are going to be coming round the corner for Jap Show Finale Shootout, qualifying round 2, and our final qualifier of the day. Again, shout out to the Sonic GTR team. Ali with the GTR, you did your pass in Run What You Brung, not in competition. So if you can get your car turned around and into the pairing lanes, you really want to be down for qualifying round number 2, as it is your final qualifier.
What if I'm late? The one my heart has gone to mean I want to wait. Tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, tico, tock. This tico, tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Okay, so we're throwing a few bikes down the drag strip before we go into our Jap Show Finale Shootout. Quick flick onto the older YouTubes to see how everyone's doing. See who's checking out there. Morphman. Bobby Landsberg over on the, what is it? The West Coast, I suppose. On the West Coast of America. Good afternoon or good morning, whatever it is over there. Happy birthday for last Monday. Hopefully the guys give you a few shout-outs last weekend. I did send the messages in, but whether they actually read them out, I don't know, because I was playing downstairs, being a terrible racer. What else have we got out there? Chris Young, hey, the pod. There we go. So good afternoon to everyone. It is the afternoon. Yep, it is the afternoon here. We're coming up with our shootout in a second. We have a lunch break at 1 o'clock. Short half-an-hour lunch break. Obviously, if you're watching on the live stream, we'll just flip it onto replays during that half-an-hour downtime. But that's in just over half an hour's time. It's always good to see on the YouTube chat comments, everyone literally just chatting away. It's like the same group of people. It's like a little a Sunday morning club. Everyone just chatting away, checking in.
It looks like we're about ready to go.
Yeah, Ross Laird coming underneath the tower with the Fiesta ST from Scotland, tuned by Laird Performance. He is going to be taking on Sean Prout with the Honda Civic. Mopar Man's in the house as well. Ain't no Mopar today, but he's still joining us for the Jap Show. Thank you very much for always coming and watching and joining in with the YouTube comments. Great community going on there. Right. So, Sean Prout is currently qualified 10th place with an 1178. Ross Laird, unfortunately not qualified just yet, and having issues again on the start line, which is not going to help him because this is the last qualifier and he needs to put in a pass. Right, Sean Prout doing 96 at the 8th and goes through with a 12.98 at 107. Now, as I said, we did have like 20 cars registered for the shootout. There are only 16 spots available for the shootout ladder. Now, in a few seconds, when the board's clear at the top end of the track, we have 1952 on the board at the top end of the tracks. That is the bump spot, ladies and gentlemen. That is the 16th car, is a 1952. Expect that to drop down as qualifying goes. But you'll see if someone else, whoever is 1952, I don't know what name it is, but if they run quicker, then that bump spot will drop down. Right, so number 30 is currently qualified. 8th position is Terry Newton with the Ford Escort van. He's taking on Dougie Gemmell, who is currently qualified 14th with a 15.56. Now, the Honda Civic has been down into the 9s before. He's going to be looking to get that performance back on his second run of 2021. Terry Newton, 167.60 foot, 111 at the 8th, and goes through with a 10.09 and 104.5. Dougie Gemmell goes through with a 10.57, moving him up to 9th place, and Terry Newton moves up to 5th place.
Going along very well. Good time.
Right, next up, Alan Duffy with the Vauxhall Corsa from Scotland, who is being shut down, as is Ahmed. Well, unfortunately, Ian is running for the tractor, which means he's got to do some sort of clean-up. So, second time in a row, Alan Duffy's done his burnout and then had to be shut down. What's this chap wearing? He looks like he's wearing a chamois. That looks like... That's like, you know, that stuff where it comes out of the washing and it's all... What's that called? I mean, it says Hugo Boss, but... I mean, don't look now. He's like touching nuts, but...
I can't really answer that question, I'm afraid. And
oh, what's that fabric called? Oh, don't know.
it's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Forget
Literally,
about
scone. Scone's gone.
So what's the cut-off? It's still 19.5. What's the cut-off now?
Yeah, so the cut-off still at the moment is a 1952. I wonder if we have our numbers in the programme.
No.
We don't.
No.
Always helpful. Useless. But looking around the corner, I remember Anthony Mincher with the Mark 1 Golf. He didn't have the best of passes. Simon Duran's at the head of lanes as well. He did not have the best of passes. Ian Milne, he got pushed away, if I remember correctly. So that bump spot is going to drop down considerably.
Anyone really in sort of from 12th down, you'd say, has probably got to go and do something
Yes.
a little quicker.
Oh, 100%. I would say anything from 10th.
Anything from
10th is 1090. And all of the
So-
cars that are entered in this shootout, I would say
We
majority of them should be
Yeah.
capable of doing that.
Well, we did see the improvement with the 714,
Yeah.
so they're safe. That was Dougie, wasn't that? In the Civic.
I remember the Festival of Power back in April. Someone played this song, and I heard it, and then someone else played it, and I was like, "Why are they playing that crappy '80s track?" And then I heard it on the radio, and I was like, "Now they're bloody playing it." And then by the time we got to the summer, I'm just singing along to it, going, "I love this track." And unrelated, Stu Tanner goes, "Turn off that terrible music." Well, in fact, the terrible music that Stu Tanner can hear is on the live stream is not the music that we hear at Santapod Raceway.
No.
Because of
Who plays
YouTube.
that music,
If
then?
we play the music that we play here at Santapod through YouTube, then the stream will immediately get cut off for
Yeah,
copyright.
immediately shut
Hence
down,
why, Stu, you have terrible music that is elevator music. It's really unfortunate, but it's either that or you have dead air or
Silence, yeah.
or you have like the terrible music.
So it's the best of a...
Yeah, that's it. It's literally, if we play it, the worst thing is like we have to have the terrible elevator music, as we call it, because if you don't and you have the silence, then the microphones will pick up the music from here,
Ah, yes.
and YouTube will still kick the live stream off. So that's why.
I had
Stu-
that happen to me with a race.
Yeah.
I did before, yeah.
So there you go. There's a little bit of technical YouTube BS that gets us around it. If literally the live stream, if it picks up the music here, it will cut it, and then you'll have no live stream, and you'll be like, "I wish I had the elevator music back, because then I'd have a live stream."
We got plenty of people watching online.
No. This weekend, 98 super people on our Facebook page and on our YouTube channel. What have we got over there? 270.
Huh.
So, not amazing numbers, but it is Jap Show Finale. It's not it's just literally put it on there. People watch it. They come and join us on the morning. When it comes up to like the larger events, obviously the numbers ramp up massively. But at the end of the day, look, I mean, what, 270 people watching? That's probably still more than would watch a Joe Biden broadcast.
There you go.
The Kestrel Beer Lane. 9-second car taking on Ian Milne, who is having issues off the start line. So it's going to be basically a solo run, staring at Craig Evans as he goes through the top end and starts the day with a 10.38 at 137. Back doors open on Terry's van and the parachute stops them from opening, so that works quite well. 169.60 foot, the 8th mile doing 101. Terry Newton starts the day with a 10.81 at 129, and Sean Prout goes 11.70. Well, unfortunately,
I don't think that quite went to plan.
No. But the good thing is today is open qualifying, whereas normally we'd probably have like 3 qualifiers scheduled in. Then it'd be a bit more stressful. Whereas today he can literally come back down, join the... Well, Ahmed 178.60 foot, 106 at the 8th. It's going to be a little checkout pass, and he goes through the top end with a 10.90 at 124. Well, issues for Anthony, but a nice pass for Jack. 182.60 foot, 114 at the 8th. Going to be a 10. 10.22 at 147. Here comes Dougie. The lights drop. Issues for Dougie on the start line. Alan goes 167.60 foot, 116 at the 8th. Gets close to the middle, but goes through with a 9.93. At 153. A strong launch by Andy Nichols, 176.60 foot. Unfortunately, issues mid-track for him. Simon Durans leaves the line, starts putting the power in around about 330. Andy Nichols goes through with a 12.65, and Simon goes through with... Well, nice launch by Maddie, 1.63 to the 60 foot, the 8th mile doing 112. Maddie Davison goes through with a 10.05, and Mark goes through with an 8.88 at 106. Well, a little hop, skip and a jump for Jeff. Doing 127 at the 8th, and he goes through the top end with a 10.35 at 153 miles an hour. Off the line. Put some power in mid-track. Doing 94 at the 8th. And lifts off at the top end. Goes through the top end with a 13.06 and 91. Nice, 60 foot, 1.61 at the 8th mile, doing 97 miles an hour, and Lee Openshaw goes through with an 11.46 at 121. Throwing some diesel down the tube. Oh, yes. Warmth. Warmth, ladies and gentlemen. Now that is a flame show. 30 to 40 foot flames coming out the back of the split second jet dragster. As Julian Webb pulls him out in front of the tower. Starts to ramp up the turbine. Don't forget to put fingers in your ears. Those jet pulses are working pretty well. They've got the tower rocking and rolling. As the crew member brings Julian up to full stage, the lights drop. And away the jet dragster goes. So 1.22 60 foot, 172 at the 8th, and goes through with a 682 at 231 miles. Oh, well, right. So, a couple of minutes and we'll be underway. We're continuing on with our final qualifier of the Jap Show Finale Shootout. Yeah. Good. Right. Loads of bikes. Then we got go-karts. UK drag karts. Boring. Takes a brave man to drive one of them. 1268 at 76, a 1459 at 91. Plenty more to come. Doesn't mean they're much more stable. Just means they try. 93 at the 8th and go through in 1179 at 107. There's a lot of bouncing going on in the Kestrel beer lane. Still keeping his foot in though. Auto Glim Lane goes 1163 at 108 to a 1247 at 103. See if it's up to the spec. Start line is all driver error. Going through the gears, sounds lovely and smooth. Goes 88 at the 8th and goes through with a 1285 at 102. There you go. If you want to get yourself a Nissan Skyline, can speak to the driver. Race, and here it is on the drag strip. So 218, 60 foot, the 8th mile doing 91, and Ray Saunders goes for the top end with a 1280 and 114.
Yeah.
Civic just feeling like Miss Daisy as the skyline goes past at 121 and goes through with a 911 at 152. Just well, Civic giving the skyline a good old head start. 75 to 103 at the 8th. And the Civic drives around him, 11.97 and 122, 2014, 69 and 95. Blue cars on slicks, all lumped in one class. Well, the Mitsubishi's long gone and goes through with a 14.61 at 95. Okay, next pairing. $13.52 to a 14.61. Both rear-wheel drive cars. It's to be taken on. Ahmed Jamshed with the big man Ting. Honda Civic. So number 2 qualifier, Alan Duffy with the Corsa with a 9.93, taking on Ahmed Jamshed, who is currently number 10 qualifier with a 10.90. You can see the bump on the board, 1952, sorry, as the two cars go side by side. Alan goes 9.98 and Ahmed goes 10.10.
Needed an improvement, so these are two people in the danger.
Definitely
in the danger zone.
Definitely in the danger zone, and both of these cars capable of going much quicker. Right, Anthony Mincher did an 18.51. He is number 15 qualifier. This is a 10-second Golf. He's taking on Simon Durans with the Nissan. Oh. Well, unfortunately, issues there for Anthony. Well, that's a much better launch for Simon, 152.60 foot, the 8th mile doing 108. And Simon goes 10.18, moving in up to 7th position. So he is in the show, and unfortunately, Anthony has issues there. So now the hard wait is for Anthony. He is qualified number 15, but with an 18.59. There are cars around the corner that are capable of beating that. So he's just going to have to sit and wait and see if he gets knocked out of competition. And one of the cars that's going to be coming underneath the tower is Ian Milne. That is a car that is currently not qualified.
So that nervous wait could get a little bit...
It could do.
A bit more nervous after this one.
Right, so Matty Davison with the 9-second Honda Civic is going to be taking on Ian Milne with 10-second Vauxhall Corsa. Okay, so currently qualified 3rd position, Matt Davison with a 10.05. Dave's got the wrong number on the computer for that. Right, Ian goes 10.92.
So next two coming up then. Lining up on the start-finish line. Ready to go.
So 51 should still be 15.
So these two currently in 8th and 15th respectively. So in the 100 needs an improvement. There's Ali. Just to secure his safety.
Ah, he made it down, he made it down. So, Jack Byrne earlier, yeah, went 10.22. He's currently 8th. Currently on the bump spot is Ali with a 13.06. He goes 10.42, so he is now in the show as he drops down to 11th, meaning that Anthony Mincher is now bumped out of the ladder. So I'm just trying to do a little thing because we got a muck up with number 51 there. So.
Yeah. That's just confusing slightly.
Yeah, it just it makes you have to do a little bit of mental maths.
Right, here we go.
Right, so Jeff Ludgate is our final qualifier for the shootout.
Well, he's currently 9th.
He's currently 9th, so he's currently in. So that is our ladder, which is sorted essentially. So he is safe. He's just going to go A to B, but he is qualified.
Try and get a higher seed, of course. Get a better draw in the
definitely. That's where you start looking at it now. It's like who you're going to face in the next round.
Right now, he'd be facing number 50. Right, here we go. That was a great launch.
So looking to improve on a 10.35.
Yes.
Oh, 8.96. That puts him into number 2 qualifier, meaning he will face number 15 qualifier. Nice. Right, give me 2 seconds.
So while Luke goes to sort that one, obviously Ron What You Brung is going to be coming back on now. We are going to go into a lunch break very shortly. Our split-second jet dragster is due out again. If you missed that earlier, then you'll be able to see it again at 40 minutes past 1. Then we will have our Jason Smythe stunt show. I'll be over there at the live action arena. If you're down at the end of the grandstand that is just behind you, that's going to be on at 2. Team Maximum Lock will have their show at 2:30. And then we will have our second round of eliminations in the Jap Show Finale at 2:45. Semi-finals will be at 3:45. And then at 5 to 5, so from 4:45 to 5, I'd say get yourselves ready. That is when we are due to go for the final. At 50 minutes past 4 is when we'll have our final and when we will crown our champion of the Jap Show Finale. Don't forget as well, plenty more going on around Santa Pod today. Got loads of car displays happening around. Make sure you go and check those out. We've also got our show and shine as well. Drift rides are taking place all day as well, right next to the live action arena. Just £10 and you can be taken for a drift ride. Make sure you go and check that out as well. Of course, as it is now just past lunchtime, we got plenty of catering around the venue as well. So if you haven't got any food with you, plenty around here to keep you fed. Of course, drinks as well. But I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing so far. We are going to be into a lunch break very shortly, but we'll see some more passes. Before then, that'll take us up to 1 o'clock.
if I'm late, woo woo. The one my heart has gone to Maine, I want to wait, 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 wait. Tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, tico, tock. This tico, tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Well, I need. Oh, I think we burnt more clutch than tyres under there. I'm not feeling very confident about this Integra. We'll see. We'll see. I could be proved wrong. Well, the run's going better than the burnout. Let's say that. 81 at the 8th, 13.55 and 100 miles an hour. So I now have the ladder for our Jap Show Shootout. I did see Adam Skinner go by on the back of a trailer who should have been facing Dougie Gemmell, so I'm assuming he's broken and gone. So please make sure, number one alternate, Darren Dewhurst, you are down in the head of the lanes to make sure you take his place. Ross Laird is our second alternate. Again, if your car is working in A-OK, make sure you're down at the front of the lanes just in case any other car does not turn up. You can still get in the competition, or if not, you'll get a run afterwards anyway. So, Mark Mosley, number one qualifier, will be taking on Anthony Mincher. Jack Burns will be facing Timon Durans. Maddie Davison is going to be taking on Ian Milne. Adam Skinner will be taking on Dougie Gemmell. Jeff Ludgate will be taking on Andy Nichols. Ahmed Jamshed will be taking on Craig Evans. That's a tasty matchup. Alan Duffy faces Sean Prout. And Terry Newton will be racing against Ali with the GTR. So, really nice little matchup there. That is just after lunch. Well, kind of whenever we stop. If we stop. I don't know what's going on.
So we're continuing Run What You Brung. We'll take a quick break after this before we start our next round, well, our first round of eliminations. That's due to go on at 1:30. Then after the first round of eliminations, we'll have the dragster going out at 1:40. Then a bit more Run What You Brung. Whilst that's happening, we'll have the Stunt Show and Team Maximum Lock Show. Jason Smythe Stunt Show at 2 o'clock. Team Maximum Lock in the arena at 2:30. And we'll have our winners announced for Show and Shine as well. Second round of eliminations will take place from 2:45. 3:45, it'll be down to the final four. We'll have our semi-finals, and then we'll be battling for the cash prize in the final. But in the meantime, run what you brung, so here at the Jap Show Finale, so all Japanese manufacturers going down for a run. Looks like we are just having a car cleared, a bit of problems in the left lane on that last run. Of course, our draw has been officially complete for the eliminations. Top 16 have gone through. And we will have our quickest against our slowest, and so on. But right now, we're just getting the left lane cleared, and then we will resume. We're going to be doing this until we are empty in the lanes. And once all the passes are done, we might just squeeze a very quick break in for the crew. But if not, of course, it will perhaps be going straight into eliminations at 1:30. If you are watching on the live stream, thanks very much for your company. You can send in some comments as well. If you use the super chat on YouTube or start them on Facebook, we will read them out for you. So everyone here at Santa Pod can hear them. Thanks for everyone who's come down today. Hope you're enjoying the whole show so far. Make sure you check it all out before you leave Santa Pod today. We've still got plenty more action coming up this afternoon. So if you are wanting to watch the eliminations and you want to take a quick break, now's probably a good time, because very shortly we will be seeing those guys back out again. Another pass going down the drag strip though. 95.5 mile an hour for car on the left, on the right 89.4, so very closely matched for those two. But we'll leave you to enjoy Run What You Brung, and very shortly Luke will be back for the eliminations, and I'll be heading over to the live action arena.
All a bit of confusion. So the BMW driver identifies as a Mazda, hence why he's been sent back. And then the Mazda weren't even signed on. So, yeah, no. Good try, good try.
No, BMW, you know.
It's a random Mazda, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that is a Mazda, but problem is when you can see the BMW, or you can just see it's a BMW. Yeah,
Me.
I don't really know what else to say there.
Maybe his indicators worked and he got confused and thought it was a Mazda. What's going on? My indicators work. Can't be a BMW. So, BMW gone. Mazda gone. Ali's back down in the lanes. He's looking to get another run in.
Nice. So he's going to come for another run. Let's see how he gets on in this one. Ali's going to be in the right lane. Oh, and then we've got what have we got? Got a couple of interesting things lining up as well around the corner. I've got to say that's one thing I've being here for the first time. The variety you get to see go down.
Is it really testing your palette of cars? What's that? I'll be honest, my hardest day of the year is the BMW show.
Right.
Because they all look the same.
Yeah.
So, like the 3 Series, the 5 Series, and then obviously if they take their badges off the back, I have no clue.
This is, yeah, it's a BMW.
Yeah. Right, so. It looks like Ali's electing to skip the burnout box and go straight for him, which he did on his last run, which he took it easy off the start line, but still trapped 178 miles an hour.
It's the second half, isn't it, of the strip where he really, really picks up some speed. I think I know which one's going to get to the end first here.
Yeah.
The left.
Well, depending on how long Ali sits on the line.
Let's see. Ali's on the right lane.
Look,
Not waiting around.
No.
Look at that.
146.60 foot, the 8th mile doing 91.
Wow.
He's lifted.
What does he clock at the line? He slows it down before the line.
Oh well.
Still a quick
He'll be
time.
back. So, Terry Newton has got Ali in round number 1 of eliminations.
I think that was very much a practice start.
Yeah.
Just to test that, because
That's a tough call, that is, because you know that you might be able to beat Ali off the start line, but he has got the power to come past you at
In
the
the
top
second
end of the
half, yeah.
monstrous back half. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we have run out of cars in the wrong pairing lanes. We are now going for our scheduled half-an-hour lunch break, which obviously was scheduled originally for 1 o'clock, but we've pushed it back to 25 past, so we'll probably be right back in half an hour's time. Go and get yourself some food and drinks, and in fact that means by the time we come back from lunch break,
yes.
Chris, you're going to have disappeared already again,
Yeah,
and
I'll be
you'll
going
be going
there,
off for Live Action Arena. So you've got
Yeah.
the second round of Live Action Arena from 2 o'clock.
Yeah, we got the Stunt Show at 2, and then Team Maximum Lock are out at 2:30.
That's it.
So if
and
you
then,
missed it earlier, basically be at the Live Action Arena from 2.
that's it. And I will try and get some confirmation on what time the second jet car running will be. No doubt, well, as soon as we come back, we'll have the shootout, and we will have the jet car. In the meantime, like the Pied Piper on the drag strip, Mr. Ian Blackett is making his way back to the Blackett Photography photo cabin. Go forth. If you've been on the drag strip, meet the man, the myth, the legend. Get yourself an autograph and go and check out all the photos that Ian Blackett has taken throughout today's session. If you managed to get on the drag strip yesterday, those tickets are available as well. Please go and spend your money, as I need to convince him to come to Malta next month, and he needs to earn some money to be allowed to go. Because I like going dancing with him in the clubs, because he's funny as hell. Right, back in half an hour, ladies and gentlemen. Go and check out the Autoglim Show and Shine. Have a look at all the traders, arrival photos, Blackett Photography, drift taxi rides, club shows, some of our shootout races. Go and check out all the cars. And then, of course, at 2 o'clock, Live Action Arena. Go and check out Chris with Team Maximum Lock and Terry. Not Terry. The other guy. Mind blank. Lunch. With the Vauxhall Corsa in the Kestrel Beer Lane. 9-second car taking on Ian Milne, who's having issues off the start line. So it's going to be basically a solo run, staring at Craig Evans as he goes through the top end and starts the day with a 10.38 at 137. Back doors open on Terry's van and the parachute stops them from opening, so that works quite well. 169.60 foot, the 8th mile doing 101. Terry Newton starts the day with a 10.81 at 129, and Sean Prout goes 11.70. Well, unfortunately,
I don't think that quite went to plan.
No. But the good thing is today is open qualifying, whereas normally we'd probably have like 3 qualifiers scheduled in. Then it'd be a bit more stressful. Whereas today, he can literally come back down, join the... Well, Ahmed 178.60 foot, 106 at the 8th. It's going to be a little checkout pass, and he goes through the top end with a 10.90 at 124. Well... issues for Anthony, but a nice pass for Jack. 182.60 foot, 114 at the 8th. Going to be a 10. 10.22 at 147. Here comes Dougie. The lights drop. Issues for Dougie on the start line. Alan goes 167.60 foot, 116 at the 8th. Gets close to the middle, but goes through with a 9.93. at 153. A strong launch by Andy Nichols, 176.60 foot. Unfortunately, issues mid-track for him. Simon Durans leaves the line, starts putting the power in around about 330. Andy Nichols goes through with a 12.65, and Simon goes through with nice launch by Maddie, 1.63 to the 60 foot, the 8th mile doing 112. Maddie Davison goes through with a 10.05, and Mark goes through with an 8.88 at 106. Oh. A little hop, skip and a jump for Jeff. Doing 127 at the 8th, and he goes through the top end with a 10.35 at 153 miles an hour. Off the line. Put some power in mid-track. Doing 94 at the 8th. And lifts off at the top end. Goes through the top end with a 13.06 and 91. Nice, 60 foot, 1.61 at the 8th mile, doing 97 miles an hour, and Lee Openshaw goes through with 11.46 at 121. Throwing some diesel down the tube. Oh, yes. Warmth. Warmth, ladies and gentlemen. Now that is a flame show. 30 to 40 foot flames coming out the back of the split second jet dragster. As Julian Webb pulls him out in front of the tower. Starts to ramp up the turbine. Don't forget to put fingers in your ears. Those jet pulses are working pretty well. They've got the tower rocking and rolling. As the crew member brings Julian up to full stage, the lights drop. Away the jet dragster goes. So 1.2260 foot, 172 at the 8th, and goes through with a 682 at 231 miles. Good. Right. Loads of bikes. Then we got go-karts. UK drag karts. Glory. Takes a brave man to drive one of them. 1268 at 76, a 1459 at 91. Plenty more to come. Doesn't mean they're much more stable. Just means they try. 93 at the 8th and go through in 1179 at 107. There's a lot of bouncing going on in the Kestrel beer lane. Still keeping his foot in though. Autoglim lane goes 1163 at 108 to a 1247 at 103. To see if it's up to the spec. Start line is all driver error. Going through the gears, sounds lovely and smooth. Goes 88 at the 8th. And goes through with a 1285 at 102. There you go. If you want to get yourself a Nissan Skyline, can speak to the driver. Race, and here it is on the drag strip. So 218, 60 foot, the 8th mile doing 91, and Ray Saunders goes for the top end with a 1280 and 114. Well, Civic just feeling like Miss Daisy as the Skyline goes past at 121 and goes through with a 911 at 152. Well, Civic giving the Skyline a good old head start. 75 to 103 at the 8th. And the Civic drives around him, 1197 and 122, 2014, 69 and 95. Cars on slicks, all lumped in one class. Well, the Mitsubishi's long gone and goes through with a 1461 at 95. Okay, next pairing. 1352 to a 1461. Well, both rear-wheel drive cars. Just about 50 years between the difference of when they were made. Yeah, right, continuing on with the Run What You Brung. Music will come back in at some point. Ben Wood for his first run of the day with a Subaru Impreza. So he went down into the 10s yesterday on the very limited runs that we did get in the morning. 108 at the 8th, goes through with a 10:37 at 140.
In both shows, so yeah, I have to say, awesome. Yeah, if you didn't get a chance to see them, come back at 2 o'clock, 2:30. If you did see Jason Smythe's Stunt show, he said he's going to make the jumps maybe a little bigger on the next one.
Nice.
And Team Maximum Lock work.
Now, you. You're like, okay, Louise did that one. Louise was here with Terry Grant, and she was just like, oh my god. He was like, I was like, what kind of shoes do you have on? She had like these little slip-on slippers. I was like, ooh, them toes could go.
Be careful.
Nice. But yeah, you enjoyed that. And obviously on the drag strip, we've had qualifying round number 1 of our behind us in what used to be the old barns. Unfortunately, there's quite a bit of damage to that, but Gary is a-okay. I've seen him wandering around. He went to the medical centre, and since then I've seen him wandering around with Craig. He's probably just gone to get himself a coffee and some lunch and just to sit down and kind of chill after that. But what would have been round number 3 is now round number 2, as our shootout guys start arriving in the pairing lanes. I'm a little bit confused as Ali is now coming underneath the tower, and he was entered in the shootout. Okay, right, so well, you can see the power really coming in with Ali Skyline as she goes through the top end. 136 goes through with a 10:44, 178 miles an hour. He's either got to be really, really quick to get in the shootout lanes, because he's currently not qualified in the 16-car shootout, because the first run wasn't that quick.
Top 16 goes through.
Yeah.
Eliminations, yeah.
And I can't. Annoyingly, because we don't have race numbers, we're using number plates. Like GTR team, make sure that Ali makes his way down into the pairing lanes to get his run in the qualifier, as he may not be qualified for eliminations.
How's Run What You Brung been?
Run What You Brung's been It's been a mixture, and I think that was just perfect. So he's basically trying to advertise his car, and instead of just sticking it in one spot, he's putting it on the corner mile. And then obviously you've got, not only have you got the people in the grandstand and the people on the banking to look at the car, you've also got all the wonderful people watching on the live stream.
Yes.
So it's like an online auction.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't do that really quick. We need your vehicle moving. We do not have vehicles parking behind the barn anymore. As you may have noticed, all the staff parking got moved from there, so that means it's still not general public either.
No.
So please return to your vehicle if you parked your red Mitsubishi Evolution, and you've got the burger stall just behind the main grandstand, so make sure you're getting some food during, well, from now up until that lunch break, obviously, because we're going to be joining the same queues as you, so it's always nice if you get your food before us, so we don't waste our half an hour break queuing in the queue to get some food. That's Jap Show Finale Shootout. Quick flick onto the old YouTubes to see how everyone's doing. See who's checking out there. Morphman. Bobby Landsberg over on the... What is it? To everyone. It is the afternoon. Yep, it is the afternoon here. We're coming up with our shootout in a second. We have a lunch break at 1 o'clock. Short half an hour lunch break. Obviously, if you're watching on the live stream, we'll just flip it onto replays during that half an hour downtime. But that's in just over half an hour's time. Ross Laird, unfortunately not qualified just yet. And having issues again on the start line, which is not going to help him because this is the last qualifier. And he needs to put in a pass. Right, Sean Prout doing 96 at the 8th and goes through with a 12.98 at 107. Civic has been down into the 9s before. He's going to be looking to get that performance back on his second run of 2021. Terry Newton, 167.60 foot, 111 at the 8th, and goes through with a 10.09 at 145. Who is currently number 10 qualifier with a 10.90. You can see the bump on the board, 1952, sorry, as the two cars go side by side. Alan goes 9.98 and Ahmed goes 10.10. Well, that's a much better launch for Simon, 152.60 foot, the 8th mile doing 108. And Simon goes 10.18, moving in up to the bar. Dave's got the wrong number on the computer for that. So, Jack Byrne earlier, went 10.22. He's currently 8th. Currently on the bump spot is Ali with a 13.06. He goes 10.42, so
he'd be facing number 50. Right, here we go. That's a great launch.
So looking to improve on a 10.35.
Yes.
Oh, 8.96. That puts him in.
At 40 minutes past 1, then we will have our Jason Smythe Stunt Show. I'll be over there at the live action arena. If you're down at the end of the grandstand that is just behind you, that's going to be on at 2. Team Maximum Lock will have their show finale at 2:45. Semi-finals will be at 3:45. And then at 5 to 5, so from 4:45 to 5, I'd say get yourselves ready. That is when we are due to go for the final at 50 minutes past 4.
The run's going better than the burnout. Let's say that. 81 at the 8th, 13.55 and 100 miles an hour. So I now have the ladder for our Jap Show second alternate. Again, if your car is working in A-OK, make sure you're down at the front of the lanes just in case any other car does not turn up. You can still get in the competition, or if not, you'll get a run afterwards anyway. So, Mark Mosley.
Very shortly, we will be seeing those guys back out again. Another pass going down the drag strip though. 95.5 mile an hour for car on the left, on the right. But we'll leave you to enjoy Run What You Brung. And very shortly Luke will be back for the eliminations, and I'll be heading over to the live action arena. And now here is when you can see the BMW, or you can just see it's a BMW. Yeah, you can. I don't really know what else to say there.
Maybe his indicators worked and he got confused and thought it was a Mazda. What's going on? My indicators work. Can't be a BMW. So, BMW gone. Mazda gone. Ali's back down in the lanes. He's
Oh, and then we've got, what have we got? Something, couple of interesting things lining up as well around the corner. I've got to say that's one thing I've being here for the first time. The variety you get to see go down.
I have no clue.
This is, yeah, it's a BMW.
Yeah. Right, so it looks like Ali's electing to skip the burnout box and go straight for him, which he did on his last run, which he took it easy off the start line, but still trapped 178 miles an hour.
It's the second half, isn't it? Let's see. Ali's on the right lane. Not waiting around.
No.
Look at that.
146.60 foot of the 8th mile doing 91.
Wow.
He's lifted.
And what does he clock at the line? He slows it down before the line.
Oh well.
Still a quick
He'll be
time.
back. Jap Show Finale Shootout. Quick flick onto the old YouTubes to see how everyone's doing. See who's checking out there. Morphman. Bobby Landsberg over on the... What is it? To everyone. It is the afternoon. Yep, it is the afternoon here. We're coming up with our shootout in a second. We have a lunch break at 1 o'clock. Short half an hour lunch break. Obviously, if you're watching on the live stream, we'll just flip it onto replays during that half an hour downtime. But that's in just over half an hour's time. Ross Laird, unfortunately not qualified just yet, and having issues again on the start line, which is not going to help him because this is the last qualifier, and he needs to put in a pass. Right, Sean Prout doing 96 at the 8th and goes through with a 12.98 at 107. Civic has been down into the 9s before. He's going to be looking to get that performance back on his second run of 2021. Terry Newton, 167.60 foot, 111 at the 8th, and goes through with a 10.09 at 104. Who is currently number 10 qualifier with a 10.90. You can see the bump on the board, 1952, sorry, as the two cars go side by side Alan goes 9.98, and Ahmed goes 10.10. On. Well, that's a much better launch for Simon, 152.60 foot, the 8th mile doing 108. And Simon goes 10.18, moving in up to... Dave's got the wrong number on the computer for that. But so, Jack Byrne earlier, went 10.22. He's currently 8th. Currently on the bump spot is Ali with a 13.06. He goes 10.42, so
he'd be facing number 50. Right, here we go. That's a great launch.
So looking to improve on a 10.35.
Yes.
Oh, 8.96. That puts him in.
At 40 minutes past 1, then we will have our Jason Smythe Stunt Show. I'll be over there at the Live Action Arena. If you're down at the end of the grandstand that is just behind you, that's going to be on at 2. Team Maximum Lock will have their show finale at 2:45. Semi-finals will be at 3:45, and then at 5 to 5. So from 4:45 to 5, I'd say get yourselves ready. That is when we are due to go for the final at 50 minutes past 4. And now again. And Jap.
Well, the run's going better than the burnout. Let's say that. 81 at the 8th, 13.55 and 100 miles an hour. So I now have the ladder for our Jap Show. Second alternate. Again, if your car is working in A-OK, make sure you're down at the front of the lanes just in case any other car does not turn up. You can still get in the competition, or if not, you'll get a run afterwards anyway. So, Mark Mosley. Way, nice little wheelie there. Anyway, we're back for the afternoon session. We have Jap Show Shootout. Elimination round number 1 round the corner. Missing one car, Ali with the Sonic GTR. If you are making it down, he's just made it. See, that's how good I am. See, I said it and he arrived. Boom. That was easy. So a few more pairs of bikes. Then we got some go-karts. And then we go into Eliminations round number 1 of our Jap Show Shootout. Dougie Gamble is at the head of the lanes. He should have been facing... Where is his name? Adam Skinner. Fortunately, Adam Skinner's broke. Jeff Ludgate should have been facing Andy Nichols, but the word is that he is broke. Terry Newton is back after his basically trying to scrape the track with his front bumper. So he's running with no bumper. We'll see what happens. So, good afternoon. If you're watching on the live stream, be it SantaPod TV, our YouTube channel, or SantaPod Raceway, our Facebook page. Hopefully you're good. You sat through the replays during the lunch break, and now we are back live racing. Okay, so it looks like go-karts and bikes done. Next set of vehicles that will be coming around will be our Jap Show Shootout. As I said, Dougie Gemmell has got a bye run. In fact, we're just waiting on one of the racers to get suited and booted. Ian Milne with the Vauxhall Corsa will be taking on Matty Davison with the Honda Civic. Now, Matty went down into the 9s at Door Slammers. Ian Milne has been a regular 10-second runner for many, many years now. Matty hasn't had the performance that he had the other week, so that's going to be a good side-by-side matchup. Then we have, talking to Door Slammers, literally a rematch from Door Slammers. Craig Evans with the Vauxhall Corsa will be taking on Armour Jamshed with the Honda Civic. And that's about as far as I can see. Loads of pairings around there. They'll be coming up next. Doggy just getting into the car now. Right then, so it is round number 1 of eliminations. Let us know in the comments who you think is going to win. Maybe you're cheering someone on. We've got Japanese cars, German cars, British cars. I think that covers them all that are left in anyway. So Dougie Gemmell gets a bye run. His first eliminations run of the season, and he gets a bye run. Personal best is 9.65. 179.60 foot, and he's off the throttle straight away, but it doesn't matter because he has got a solo run. Right, next up, Ian Milne with the Vauxhall Corsa tuned by A.D.E. Edmondson. Regularly runs down into the 10 seconds, and he is going to be taking on 9-second car of Matt Davison. Jap Show, who do you want to win, a Japanese car or a British car? That is the question. So, Matty into pre-stage, Ian Milne rolls straight into full stage, the light goes green, reaction time advantage to Matty Davison. He's doing 108 at the 8 and goes through with a 10.27 at 139 to a 12.61 at 134. Next up, marquee matchup of round number 1. It is a replay, it's a rematch from the Door Slammers. We have Ahmed Jamshed with the Honda Civic, Big Man Ting Racing, taking on Raggy Conversions, Craig Evans. Both of these cars, 9-second runners, and Ahmed has turned it up for eliminations round number 1. Identical reaction times after 167 to 166, 60 foot at the 8th mile. We have 116 to 101. Ahmed Jamshed is pulling out at the top end and goes 10.18 at 137 to an 11.18 at 105. Now, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the shootout is taken home. The winner takes home £750. Runner-up takes home £250. So we have seen Matt Davison. He's going to be facing Dougie Gemmell. Right, next up, Alan Duffy, our number 3 qualifier with a 9.93, taking on Sean Prout with the Smurf. Alan away better from the traps to the 172.60 foot. Big left-hander there for Sean mid-track, but Alan is going to go through with a 10.12 at 155. 155, really strong terminal. Sean goes through with a 15.34. Right, so who we got next? So many so-sos. I don't know what I'm doing. Matty Davison will be facing against Dougie Gemmell in the next round. Below us now is the matchup between Simon Durrant and Jack Burns. This will be to face Mark Mosley or Anthony Mincher in the quarterfinals. Both of these cars, low 10 seconds. In fact, they both qualified on 10.18, so this should be interesting. Unfortunately, Simon has jumped the beam, so it's going to be a green light win to Jack Burns in his first round of eliminations. Well, unfortunately, no time there for Simon Durrant as he did jump the beams. 10.22 at 143 for Jack Burns. would have been next pairing is going to be Jeff Ludgate with the Sherbet Lemon, the 3 litre toy. What's awesome in there? The 3 litre GTR. You see nitrous purge on the car there, so he's taking it seriously and going for a run. In qualifying, he ran an 8.96. So the Nissan Skyline will be facing up against Ahmed Jamshed in the next round. So Jeff looking to go for lane choice. But obviously things did not go to plan and he's off the throttle. Right, this should be a nice little matchup next up. We got Ali with the Sonic GTR. He's not had all the luck off the start line, but we have seen this GTR back half to almost 180 miles an hour. He's going to be taking on Terry Newton with the Fat Pig, the front wheel drive Escort van. As you can see, now missing the front bumper as he decided to ditch it as he went through the finish line on Q2. That was what the bit of a cleanup was all about. So Terry's going to be looking to cut a light, get out there fast, as he does. So 166, 60 foot, but Ali just drives around him as if Terry is doing nothing. 144 at the 8th, 806 at 183 to a 1031 at 141. Whoa. So Alan Duffy will be facing Ali in the next round. Jeff Ludgate will be facing Ahmed Jamshed. Matt Davison's facing Dougie Gemmell. And Jack Burns will be facing this man, Mark Mosley, our number 1 qualifier. Unfortunately, Angel Minchner has not made the call. So, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, front wheel drive, front wheel drive, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive. There's a nice little mix there. Wow, strong hard launch, 156 to the 60 foot. Straight after that, lifts off. Jamie, turn around. Okay then, so the second and final time of the day. Julian Webb is below the tower with the split second Jet Dragster. And he's moved lane to stand, well not stand, sit just below me. It was nice earlier, it was on the other side of the tower, it was a different experience. Although, I'm never going to turn away the heat that he's going to chuck up in the tower. So if you missed it earlier, Julian went 6.82. Now, as usual, all the people that are watching on the live stream, be it SantaPod TV or SantaPod Raceway Facebook page, maybe put some predictions in the comments. Let us know what you think Julian Webb is going to run this time round. As I said earlier on today, he went 6.82 at 231. Let's see who can get their predictions closest for Julian's second and final run of the day. Well, you can just about hear the turbine stud spin over, the igniter inside clicking away. Now earlier we saw afterburner flames coming out the back of the jet around about 30 foot. I actually feel sorry for the poor old John Deere tractor and of course the Bluebird. Wow, that's a nice little bit of heat on my back. That's a heck of a flame. Well, all the water that we put down in the burnout box has now been completely evaporated as Julian Webb pulls out the front of the tower, pulses the afterburner, shaking the tower. This is a lot more violent than earlier today. My fan on the top of the desk is almost falling off. So crew member brings Julian Webb up into stage. As said earlier, we're looking to beat 682, 121.64, 171 and 685, 221. Oh, it's nice and warm. The poor old front cover of Gary Goodin's car is complete. Oh no, Julian's done it again. He's completely destroyed the barn door. As they all now look and assess the damage of yet another jet. Ah, dear me. James is there just holding his head going, not again. So yeah, I don't know if Barney's out there with the camera. As you can see the guys at the old barn where Julian has basically ripped the garage door off yet again. And with that, the tractor moves round. And we go back into Run What You Brung. So a quick sweep with the tractor, make sure everything's A-OK, and we'll continue on with Run What You Brung. We do have eliminations round number 2 of our shootout. That is scheduled for quarter to 3. Quarter to 3, quarter to 4 is semifinals, and 5 to 5 is the finals. Wow, that's a nice little bit of heat on my back. That's a heck of a flame. Well, all the water that we put down in the burnout box has now been completely evaporated as Julian Webb pulls out the front of the tower, pulses the afterburner, shaking the tower. This is a lot more violent than earlier today. My fan on the top of the desk is almost falling off. So crew member brings Julian Webb up into stage. As said earlier, we're looking to beat 682, 121.64, 171 and 685, 221. Oh, it's not. I've just noticed on the back of the Japanese imported Skoda, where it has written in the soot Subaru WRX. Right. So, continuing on with the Romney run, Toyota MR2 followed a whole army of these on the way this morning, all the way from the A14 in. It's going to be taking on Mohammed Shabs with the GTR. Drives past him doing 130 at the 8th and goes through in an 844 at 159. Just gone 2:30, and our Auto Glim Show and Shine winners have been announced on SantaPod Facebook page. Check them out if you want to see who took home trophies in the Auto Glim Show and Shine. What do we got? What do we got? Best of show, Martin with the R34. I love it when people put their full names on there. Top 5, Subaru of Robert. Top 5, R34 of Andy Waller. Another top 5 is a Civic by James Chew. Top 5, Toyota / Metro. Ashley Scott, look at that. That's a bit funky. So if you're not here at the show and you have no idea what I'm talking about, it's a Toyota TR6 with the MR2 turbo engine in the back. Best bike was Suzuki of Jim Garrett. Judge's choice was a Toyota Supra of Robin Millen. And the best retro was a Honda CRX of Marek Ware. Check them out on SantaPod's Facebook page and see them in the flesh. Kind of. In the flesh. In a photo. few little spots of rain hitting my window screen. What's that? Where's that come from? So as you can see, a couple of the cars just being pushed back for a second. Maybe it's your first time ever here at Sanapod Raceway, but whenever we got some rain in the air or anything like that, we literally cannot send any cars down the drag strip. That beautiful rubber layer on top of the concrete there is completely non-porous, so any water that goes on there just basically stays there. We send the tractor down, you can see the brush will hopefully just brush it away, and then it'll evaporate very, very quick. So just bear with us 2 seconds.
Very shortly, we will be seeing those guys back out again. Another pass going down the drag strip though. 95.5 mile an hour for car on the left, on the right. But we'll leave you to enjoy Run What You Brung. And very shortly Luke will be back for the eliminations, and I'll be heading over to the live action arena.
Okay. Le musique, s'il vous plaît. What is going on? Again. Not another one. Wow. You can tell it's later in the afternoon and later in the year as the sun beams down on the drag strip and reflects up here in the tower, so I basically can't see anything. But the S2000 goes through with the 1273 at 116. There's my sunglasses. Okay, next pairing. Honda Civic versus the Toyota. Civic's going to get there first. 84 at the 8th, and goes through with a 1390 at 104. To a 1975 at 66. Right, so EG Civic on the start line with a K20 number plate, so we're going to assume it's been K20 swapped. Taking on the coupe. Well, the EG is long gone. Our driver's a little bit confused that he drove like a dick and now he's being kicked out. What'd I do, mate? I thought this was the racetrack. There's a bit of amusement in the afternoon, right? So, continuing on, Toyota MR2 versus Subaru Impreza. As I said earlier, it's that point of the day now where the sunshine is literally just beaming off the track, where I can kind of just see a silhouette of a car. Can't really work out what colour it is, what car it is. I'm not going to complain though, because it is October and the sun is out and you can feel the heat. So I'm happy with that. I am happy with that. There are worse problems to have. So we should be seeing Eliminations round number 2 of our Jap Show Shootout very, very soon. They were due here like 5 minutes ago. But I do not know where they are. So they'll be arriving at some point. So our Mercedes driver just a little bit confused as to where the start line is. That's no issue. Might be his first time ever on the drag strip. As you can see, our start line crew will bring him up into stage. Trips 1 beam and trips 2 beam. So he's ready to go. In a walk away, press the button and the lights drop. Now, without not even seeing the whole thing, I can guarantee he spun the tyres.
Yeah. I'd say that was probably a first time.
That's it. It's not all about power, it's about control. So Chris is back in the tower from Live Action Arena. How's the afternoon show with the sun out?
Yes.
Had the Maltese guys fallen out?
It was really, really good, I have to say. Thanks to everyone who was over there. We saw Jason Smythe's last ever show.
Last ever show?
Yeah.
Is he retiring?
Yeah.
Oh.
22 years. And that was his last ever one.
Oh, well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. You saw a piece of history if you watched Jason Smythe's last show.
Yeah. He's kept it fairly quiet, but he revealed to us at the end. That was...
Were you kind of like, excuse me, this is my first time here and now you're leaving. What have I done?
Yeah. It was... So, mate, no, you're that bad that I don't actually ever want to come back. So, no, it was absolutely fantastic, and we saw Team Maximum Lock out there as well. Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. They turned it up from earlier, but in both shows, I'd say.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's what we wanted to see. So
good.
It was windy over there as well, but
yeah.
Jason wasn't sure whether the jumps were going to be at all possible, but. We still went for it anyway. Good. And it was, he made them bigger than earlier, so...
Nice. Well, the next time we'll be seeing Team Maximum Lock, I think, don't quote me, will probably be Flame and Thunder. They're usually here for Flame and Thunder, and then they step it up a gear by putting fireworks on the back of the cars as well. Wow. So usually when they're doing their last bits, and they set off some fireworks and stuff like that. But yeah, hopefully they'll be here for that. It's in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah.
Obviously, we got Jap Show this weekend, which is now. Next weekend, Saturday, Run What You Brung. Sunday is GTI Festival. So, same sort of thing as the Jap Show. We have Autoglim Show and Shine. We have Run What You Brung. We have club displays, traders, and VWDLC Heads Up Shootout for a bit of competition fun as well. Weekend after that is a Saturday night special, the last one of the year, as we go till 8 o'clock in the evening with a Sunday Run What You Brung. And the weekend after that is Flame and Thunder, with the Sunday being the final Run What You Brung of the year. It's always a good one because the clocks have changed as well, so it gets dark really quick.
Yeah.
We get into like the final hour of the Run What You Brung, the final hour of the year, and everyone is cramming to get their last runs in before the year is done. They're trying to get their PBs, and then also you get the different lighting. Mr. Blackett's out there, he's taking photos, and then you get the sun coming down, so you get all different shots. It's good fun.
Awesome.
And we have to get money in his account so he can come Malta. Yeah, Dance Monkey. It's calling you. It's calling you. It's got to happen. You've deserved it. You haven't been anywhere, and you didn't get to go to Japan, so you just have to come and entertain us again.
What was happening in Japan?
He does drifting as well.
Oh.
He's a bit of a legend, you see. He does a bit of drag racing every once in a while. We try and get him in a car. He does Drift What You Brung, here taking the photo. He does, obviously, he's our official on-track photographer here at Sanapod Raceway. Then also he does the official on drift track photos that we do every Wednesday.
Right.
So we have like Drift What You Brung on a Wednesday, of which Ian has been a main important part of that as well. He's been bringing cars along for years. He's got his Toyota Mazda MX-5, which he's still got. Started off with the Nissan, wasn't it? With the Skyline. And then he went out to Japan and did the old proper Japan drift circuit out there, bought a car out there, lifted out there, and kept going out each year. Then he sold it just before COVID, quite luckily, to be honest.
Yeah.
Otherwise that'd have cost you a bit. But yeah, so, and then obviously with COVID meant he didn't get to go last year, and he's not going this year, so we're going to have to drag him out to Malta again, because he made Maltese national news.
How?
We were on the way to the racetrack on the Sunday morning, and we were coming up to I can't remember the Master Lock interchange where they're doing roadworks, and the roadworks basically stopped. He decided to get out of the car and dance in the middle of the traffic. We filmed it, put it on Facebook. It went to like 1 million views in a day. Then it was on Maltese national thingy.
Wow.
So literally whenever we go there, it's like, Dance Monkey. And with that, track's back open. Back onto four wheels, and and also I look around the corner and I can see our Jap Show Shootout Elimination round number 2 contenders making their way to the lanes. of the Jap Show Shootout. Jap Show Shootout.
We're going to go from 8 to 4.
We are going to go from 8 to 4. Yeah, this is the quarterfinals. So we have Ali down there with the Sonic GTR. He will be taking on Alan Duffy, who, for the third time, has now come round, done a burnout, and then told to shut off
Roll
because
back.
we got a broken bike. He's not made it round yet. And Anthony Minch is still down there in his race suit. That's obviously the warmest. That's the best way of keeping warm, is keeping the baby grow on. I like that. I could take it off, but you know, it's a one-piece, free layer of warmth.
Yeah.
So just bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, for 2 minutes while we get the funny bike retrieved from the top end of the track. Meanwhile, saying that, we are still collecting drivers for the shootout by the looks of it. I can see Jack Burns, but at the moment I cannot see Mark Mosley. I can only assume he's just a little bit further back, and then behind them will be the rest of our racers. But no, we have no Mark Mosley by the looks of it, as we see a Civic of Matty Davison being pushed down. Maybe he's going to go around. Matty should be facing against Dougie Gemmell. I can see Dougie's crew member at the head of the lane. So Dougie, there he is, just behind. But as it goes, it is the Jap Show, and we have in the... this has actually worked out kind of almost perfect, considering we started with lots of different marquees of cars. We're going into the quarterfinals with Japanese car, Japanese car, Japanese car, Japanese car, Japanese car, Japanese car, UK car, Japanese car.
Yeah.
So we got rid of all the VWs, we got rid of all bar one Vauxhall, we got rid of the Fords, and we got rid of the Fiat.
Right.
To make it Jap Show compliant. There you go. Mark Mosley has arrived now in the pairing lanes. It's just a bit confusing as they're back to back and not side to side.
So it looks like we are almost set then to see Ali versus Alan. Ali will be in the right lane, and on the left lane will be Alan.
It's all about the A's.
Yes, to kick us off as well. Ali has the better PB, 8.3 for him, 9.4 for Alan. So he definitely comes into this the favourite.
It's all going to be about the launch. Can Alan get to 60 foot ahead of Ali? We know Ali's car will back half way harder, but basically it has twice the amount of horsepower. Let's say Alan Duffy's got 1,000 horsepower in his car, which I'm not sure he does or he doesn't, but I know Ali has got 2,335 horsepower available in the GTR if he turns it up to 60 pound a boost.
So Alan needs to make a very good start.
He needs to make a very good start.
So Alan's in the blue, the light blue.
Okay, well.
We need to see him firing off the line.
Well, Ali's trying to sort something out, but Ian, our chief starter, has told him to get into stage, as Alan is already waiting in full stage.
Here we go.
He's bumped it in, the green light. Oh, much better life for Alan. Is Ali going to go into chase mode? I think he may have left that way too late. Alan Duffy rolls on to the second round with a 10.03, and Ali goes through with a 10.99 at 169. So there you go.
Wow.
We drag race on a quarter mile, not on paper. Alan Duffy knocks out Ali with the Sonic GTR, and he will be facing either Jeff Ludgate or Ahmed Jamshed in the semi-finals. Meanwhile, just below us is another one of our quarterfinals. It is going to be Matt Davison versus Dougie Gemmell. Both of these 9-second Hondas. Both cars have not yet hit the performance that they have done in previous times. But the sun is beaming down on the drag strip. There is a little bit of heat into the track. The air is lovely outside. It is horsepower air. Let's see if we can get a side-by-side 9-second pass in the quarterfinal between these two Hondas at the Jap Show Finale 2021.
So we're building up then for the second quarterfinal. Started with a bit of a shock there, it has to be said, but the guys just waiting to do their burnouts. Once the guys on the track are happy, then we'll see them roll into position, and the second quarterfinal will be underway here in the Jap Show Finale. The rest of the guys just getting themselves in the starting lanes, but the second quarterfinal is about to roll into position. Okay, so Matt Davison is going to be in the left lane, 9.98 PB for him. And then Dougie Gemmell has a PB of 9.65, and he's going to be, if you're in the grandstand, he's going to be the lane furthest away from you, the right lane. So two drivers, two cars that have been matched very evenly throughout the course of their time here at Santa Pod. So who's going to make it then down the end of the strip first? Over to you, Luke.
Oh, where are we going? Well, issues for Dougie Gemmell. 164.60 foot for Matt. 111 at the 8th. This is going to be a good run. 10.06, 144. So
that's another quarterfinal and another problem.
That's racing, unfortunately. Right, what have we got? Front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive. Two Japanese cars. Mark Mosley, our number one qualifier with the Skyline, is going to be taking on Jack Byrne in his first outing in competition. Good to see this car making moves in safety and now able to enter competition. Good 10-second car. This is to face Matt Davison in the semi-final.
Who's your money on in this one, would you say?
Well, my money, if you're going on paper, is going to be Mark Mosley, as he has run an 8 and Jack has run a 10. So technically he's got a 2-second head start on the line to give him a bit of breather time on the lights. Looking around the corner, though, no Ahmed Jamshed. I see Jeff Ludgate with the Sherbet Lemon. But at the moment, I do not see Ahmed with the Civic. That's a shame. Okay then, so are you a rear-wheel drive fan or are you a front-wheel drive fan? Cheer on whichever one is your favourite. Number 1 qualifier versus number 8 qualifier for a place in the semi-finals to face Matt Davison. Jack's on the 2-step, waiting for Mark to bump in. He's slightly in the green light. Pretty identical reaction times, but Mark Mosley is hooked and gone. 134 at the 8th and goes through with an 880, and Jack goes through with a 1022 at 142. Jack bows out in the quarterfinals, but a great entry from him. He's done really well this weekend. Hopefully we'll see more of Jack Byrne entering these competitions, but Mark Mosley moves on to the next round against Matty Davison.
Not far off his PB as well there, Jack Byrne, so goes out with a very good run there. 10.2. I think we're I think we are only going to see the one car.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Unfortunately, Jeff Ludgate should have been facing against Ahmed Jamshed, but unfortunately, the big man Ting Honda Civic has not made the call. So it's going to be a solo pass for Jeff to meet Alan Duffy in the final. From 7 Jap cars and 1 British to 3 Jap cars and 1 British. So Jeff does the sensible thing and just runs from A to B. There's no point hurting any parts. There's no point breaking anything. He knows that the next race is for £250 guaranteed. By making the final, the loser takes £250 and the winner takes £750. And technically scheduled. Oh no, 12.
The semi-finals scheduled for 3:45.
Which is like 25 minutes ago.
Yeah. So a few more run where you brung before then. So if you're waiting around for the semi-finals, you've got about 25 minutes until we're going to see those. Final will be at 5 to 5.
Right. Ray Saunders with the all-wheel drive Honda Integra taking on the Celica GT4. So 2 four-wheel drive cars, one originally front-wheel drive, obviously. Used to seeing Ray in his front-wheel drive Civic. Then he did get down into the 9s. He decided to part it out. And this was his COVID project, making a 4-wheel drive turbo Integra. And he can use it on the roads and enjoy it a little bit more. He's just out ahead of the Toyota, doing 81 at the 8th, and goes through with a 13.55 at 100 miles an hour this time.
Fairly close, that one. I think it's about that time, is it? Blind down.
It is that time, blind down time. And it has worked very well. I can now see a little bit. I can see the silhouette of 3 people on the start line. Couldn't tell you who they were. Well, I know the body shapes, but... Okay, right, Civic. And I'm going to guess the Skyline. Yes, good guess.
Overshot, though. Civic versus Skyline, then.
Now, this Skyline's been pretty quick. In fact, it went into the 8s earlier.
Yeah.
The fact that it's got a number plate on the back, if this is a street car as well, that is damn fantastic. 8.96 was his best run earlier today.
The 4th quickest thing we've seen go down today.
Yeah. That includes Jet Dragster, Funny Bike, and I don't know what D3 is, but I'm going to suggest that D3 is probably That might have been Ali when he did an extra run outside of competition.
So, kind of the fastest.
Definitely. Well,
yeah.
we'll find out at 4 o'clock, I believe.
Yeah.
What time's wrong with your run competition?
Right, okay. Are we going to see that time beaten by anyone?
4, we assume.
Four, we assume.
4, we assume. AKA 35 minutes.
It can run on assumptions sometimes. None of these two have been inside the top 16 which we see.
Have you stop?
Do not, under any circumstances, stop doing the revenue exhaust thing because of it continues. Because all we do is spend all day cleaning up water. That was it.
So K20 EG Civic taking on the Ford Anglia. And see our start line crew are doing exactly the same. They're just a little bit low. They're looking, going, is the track clear? We cannot see. All you can see is a glint of a car at the very top end of the track. Well, the Time Attack S2000 is going to get there first with a 12.65 at 115 to a 13.90 at 110. As things start wrapping up for Jap Show Finale 2021. Our Auto Glim Show and Shine has all been judged. Our winners have been announced. If you want to see who has won what, go to the Santapod Raceway's Facebook page and you can see the winners of all the categories. All of our live action arenas are done and dusted for the day. Jet cars done and dusted for the day. We've still got drift taxis. They're going on for the remainder of the day. We still have semi-finals and final of the Jap Show Shootout. And we've got Run What You Brung up until 5 o'clock. The Run What You Brung challenge, our classes and winners will close at 4 o'clock and we'll get them announced as soon as possible, and hopefully we'll get them I'll find out with the bosses that be as and when we are giving up the trophies for them. Fingers crossed we'll be doing them from like 4 o'clock onwards and not wait until 5 and doing it at the end of the day, but we'll find out. I must admit, that was being lazy, that was one of my favourite things of COVID. Was no trophy presentations. I like it 5 o'clock and I can leave, not 5 o'clock we do trophies.
Good stuff. Well, I hope you're all enjoying what you're seeing so far in the grandstand. You know what else is to come. Still chances to go and pick up some refreshments as well from all the stands. You want to just pick something up before getting your seats back again for the rest of the Jap Show Finale. Don't forget, we got Flaming Thunder. We got more Run What You Brung next week, but Flaming Thunder is on the weekend of the 30th, 31st of October, Halloween weekend. Gonna be a great weekend. Lots going on. Of course, lots of shows as well as lots of cars going down the strip. We've got parties going on that weekend as well. Right, here we go. This is well, look, we've got. This is an interesting pairing coming round the corner.
What do we got? What do we got? Yes, look at that.
Look at that.
Full Japanese, not Swedish at all. random one, but
just a very random pairing.
yeah. Scott Lineker with the Opal. You left your window screen and your window screen rubber at the bottom end of the drag strip. You're very lucky. Your window screen is perfectly fine. And you probably can get it back in your car. It's actually not broken, but Scott Lineker, at some point, if you head down to the bottom end of the drag strip where your Opal window screen is down there, we can get it back to you. Might even be able to get it fitted to your car. I like a bit of lost and found. Who loses a window screen and doesn't even notice? Hey, we've got a nice little mix of cars. Grant Moore making it into the pairing lanes now with his Vauxhall Corsa. Basically, he was here yesterday to do a bit of Run What You Brung. Right. It rained almost immediately yesterday. He's been here working as crew for Craig Evans this weekend. And now as the Run What You Brung gets a little bit quieter, they're signing on a few extra cars that are non-Japanese, just to let them have a go. And obviously, it makes his weekend kind of worthwhile for all that travelling, especially to come yesterday and not get any runs in because of the rain. And as the Run What You Brung is quieting down a little bit now, they're signing on a couple of extra cars that may not be of the Japanese variant.
It's good to know. Good to see.
Regularly runs down into the 10s. 176.60 foot to a 188 for the Civic. The Civic is trying to catch him at the top end, but Grant's going to get there first. You ain't catching this pigeon today. 1086 at 133 to an 1151 and 127. There's nothing like a cheerful message of work in the morning.
Oh yeah.
Enfield Lidl. That's where I got to go.
Whereabouts?
Enfield.
Enfield. Yeah. What time are you heading down there?
Start at 5, deliver. Start at 2, deliver at 5.
Start at 2. So while everyone is sleeping this evening, you're starting your run at 2.
That's it. And the reason Lidl is so cheap is because the drivers have to do the unloading.
Right. What are you unloading?
All the pallets. Cereal. Nothing exciting.
Weetabix, yeah.
But whereas if you go to Sainsbury's and Tesco's and stuff like that, they unload it.
So you have to get the...
So that's where they make their money, because they make us do the work.
Wow.
So I don't even get to get there and have a sleep.
You got
to do the work. Got to do walking.
to unload loads of pallets.
Joy. Anyway, enough of that. Back to the racing. K20 Civic back round again. That was quick. See what I mean about the afternoon getting a little bit quieter? Right. Our 370Z driver, who was a little bit spirited round the corner earlier, is back. See, we've been kind. We let him come back. He's learnt his lesson.
Ah, he's back, is he?
He's back. He just drove round the corner
I think
nicely this time.
I think that was our friend who's the material for his jumper you couldn't work out.
How do you reckon?
I think it is. I think that was him. What was that?
Still can't remember what it was called.
Well, what did he go down the strip in? That's
1410 and 100 miles an hour.
not bad.
Ben Wood back round with a Subaru Impreza. He has been low 10s, 10.06 today.
5th quickest. So he's got a chance to
break into the 9s eventually.
Oh no.
Not this time though.
Not this time.
Jinx.
I might see if I can go and watch a couple of things off the line. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm been down to see. We got the bikes coming round.
That's it. You'll probably need to find James to escort you, as the start line crew probably don't know. They'll be like, who is this?
Who's this guy?
Yeah. You can go onto the VIP bit.
Oh yeah. I shall see you shortly.
See you in a minute. Right. The age-old battle between the Mitsubishi Evolution and the Subaru Impreza. Okay. As I said earlier, it's that beautiful part of the day where you're looking down the drag strip and all you can see is a reflection of a car just waiting for it to go around the corner. And there he goes round the corner now. So, Subaru versus Mitsubishi. Looks like the Subaru's got the nose, doing 84 at the 8th to an 81. But at the stripe, it goes 13.25 to a 13.50. So UK drag cars in the Kestrel beer lane going hard, right? Still on and off the throttle for both karts. Doing 91 at the 8th and goes through the top end with a 12.34 at 88. Kart in the Auto Glim lane. Still on the throttle, goes through an 18.48. Creeps through the top end. Just loves scaring us. Okay, run number 5 for the Nissan and run number 4 for the Toyota. Best run of the day for the Toyota was a 16.96. Best run for the Nissan was a 15.02. Ray building up as much boost as he could on the start line with the all-wheel drive Integra. And he's taking on the big man Ting Del Sol. That poor old thing takes some abuse. So, coming up to 10 to 4, only 10 minutes left of our Run What You Brung shootouts, where we can announce who has won what classes. And we also expect to be seeing our semi-finals of the Jap Show Shootout very, very soon. Jeff Ludgate will be taking on Alan Duffy. Mark Mosley will be taking on Matt Davison. So, Skyline versus Civic, Skyline versus Vauxhall Corsa. Not bad.
Are we going to have an all Skyline final? No?
No, we're going to have all front-wheel drive. Matt Davison versus Alan Duffy. Come on. You got to be optimistic.
Well, we've seen
As
some.
a front-wheel drive fan, that is.
We've seen some upsets.
We
already.
have seen some upsets, yes. It is true.
So,
No,
never know.
the last 4 races that we have got in competition are all experienced racers. They have done national racing with the JDS series, the UK front wheel drive drag series. They've done door slammers.
Right.
The last 4 that we've got, they're going to make some good, damn good races.
okay, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Is that good? He's got his window screen in.
Is the window screen?
It's the back screen. It's not the windscreen. It's the rear screen. I love it. It's taped back in.
Look at this lineup. Whoa.
Yeah. So
This is an interesting one.
we said earlier, Scott had lost the, I was told the windscreen, but in fact it was the rear screen. And you can see it's in the back of the car now. It is gaffer taped in, you know, race tape.
As you
That'll
do.
hold anything.
Yeah.
And he is taking on the Swedish power, the Volvo estate. If any of you have been watching Drag Week a couple of weeks ago, you'd have seen.
Oh, look at that. Look at that for a start.
You'd have seen the Volvo estate from Sweden running down into the 6s. Completely different builds, of course. But Scott goes through the top end with a 12.37 and 113 to a 16.3. Sounds a bit naughty. Mohammed Shab, yeah, with the El Toro Nissan GTR. It's a damn fine car. All right. Looking into the parent lanes, semi-finals of the Jap Show Shootout have arrived. Manny Davison will be facing against Mark Mosley. Jeff Ludgate should have been facing Alan Duffy, but unfortunately news on the grapevine that Alan Duffy will not be making the call. Gutted, gutted.
That's a shame. So that's the 250 secured. Minimum.
Yeah, that's it. Straight away, Jeff Ludgate. Ting, £250 guaranteed in your pocket, sir. Not a bad day's work.
No. Could be a very good day's work if he goes and wins.
Where's he going?
I don't know. No, that's...
Did we miss something?
Oh, there's...
Or someone being silly? Car doesn't look particularly dirty. Oh well. Oh, you know when you look on Facebook memories, 2 years ago.
What comes up?
2 years ago, I broke the exhaust on my Skoda Octavia,
Ah.
which meant it had to go. Rules are rules. The car cost me £80.
80 quid.
80 quid, and the exhaust was more than what the car was worth.
How did you get it for 80 quid?
It was in a field.
Oh, really? Who'd you buy it from then?
Some posh family down in London. They used it as their garden transport for gardening because it was a four-wheel drive thing.
How big was their garden?
Proper big,
It was a field.
almost.
Wow. My one, 3 years ago, I was in Tokyo.
Oh,
That was mine, actually. A bit.
that's it.
Yeah. Have you been to Japan?
I have not.
It's very good.
It's a bit too far that way for me. The wife would love to take me that way, but I've got no intention of going anywhere that side of the world.
If you ever get dragged into going over there, I'd say that should be the place to go.
Yeah.
Very good. I think we might be about to see our semi-finalists. I'm not too sure. I think we're getting
Oh.
closer. What have you had now?
It was 5 years ago. I had Natalie Pinkman up here from Sky Sports F1,
Oh yes.
and she come to do some filming here for the Jap Show, and then she come up in the tower and she asked me for Sky Sports. They was doing an interview, and they were like, "So what do you think to Formula One?" And I said, "Well, you know, Formula One is kind of like drag racing." No, I was like, Formula One and drag racing, it's like the Olympics. Nobody cares about the 1500, it's all about the 100 metres. It's why Formula One's crap and drag racing is good. Never made it onto Sky Sports. I don't know
That's a
why.
great analogy,
I
yeah.
don't know why, but it is true. Formula One, you watch it for 2 hours, all you really care about is the last 100 metres or the last quarter mile. We just bin off all of that stuff and do it in 10 seconds or less.
I like it.
Don't know why Sky Sports never rang again. Right, so you can see a little bit of glue going down on the start line. The sun is beaming down onto the
It is.
onto the blacktop, putting some heat in the track. Who'd have thought this morning we'd have had that? I mean, considering today versus yesterday. Yesterday I was expecting to see Noah and his arc going by.
Did you stay here?
No,
Were you off?
I was off.
What time?
I think I left about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, so you stuck around a while.
Yeah,
though.
well, it started raining at about 10:30, and we obviously sat around till 3 o'clock in the afternoon with the hope that it would stop raining and we could get the track in a go situation. But once it got to 3 o'clock, it was a 2-hour dry up, and we were finishing at 5. So at that point, it's deemed, no, we're not opening the track. So we finished at 3 o'clock, and then obviously I went and spoke to a few racers who were ready for today, but it was hammering it down, and I was just standing there, and the little island that I was standing on just got less and less and less, and the rain was like above me rubber bits. So a good inch of
Yeah.
depth of rain, and I was like, do you know what? I'm out. I'm
Yeah.
going home.
Got some cleanup going on.
Sunday dinner. Boo. Don't worry, we have an external announcer to do that anyway. Wow, that's a nice little bit of heat on my back. That's a heck of a flame. Well, all the water that we put down in the burnout box has now been completely evaporated as Julian Webb pulls out in front of the tower, pulses the afterburner, shaking the tower. This is a lot more violent than earlier today. My fan on the top of the desk is almost falling off. So crew member brings Julian Webb up into stage. As said earlier, we're looking to beat 682, 121.64, 171 and 685, 221. Oh, it's not. Skoda, where it has written in the soot Subaru WRX. front-wheel drive Honda Civic. He is going to be taking on Mark Mosley with the Team Extreme Racing Skyline.
It is the semi-finals. But we're down to three cars.
Yeah, unfortunately there should have been 4. Alan Duffy should have been making the call with the Vauxhall Corsa, but unfortunately he is not going to be making it down. So, this race is for a guaranteed £250. The winner will guarantee themselves £250 and the chance to triple it to £750 in the final. Both cars on the lights drop. Really good reaction time there by Mark Mosley. He is out ahead. It's down for Matty Davison to catch him at the top end, 111 to 117, but the winner is with a 9.56. Mark Mosley taking a 10.08. End of the day, fortunately, for Matt Davison. He did fantastically well to get to the semi-finals. So it's going to be an all Nissan Skyline in the final.
Now, what do you do if you're in? Is this going to just be a slow pass? Or
Again, yes,
I
would hazard a guess that Jeff is going to do exactly what he did in the last. In fact, Jeff has had it easy. He had a bye run. Now he's got another bye run.
But he had a bye run last time. So does this time he do a practice start and then slow it down?
No, he's not doing a burnout, so I'm assuming he is literally just going to break the beams again and basically go £250 guaranteed in my pocket. Thank you very much.
And tail it down.
But it does make for an exciting final. We are going to have 2 Nissan Skylines that are capable of running down into the 8s in the final, battling it out for £750, and that will actually be coming up very, very soon. It is now 4:15. The final is due at 5 to 5. So those cars, that's the reason he's not going to literally hoon it down the track, is because he's got probably around about half an hour until they're called back into the lanes, and it means he doesn't have to cool down the car. He doesn't have to worry about breaking anything. It's just the sensible thing to do is go from A to B, and they'll be down just before 5 o'clock for the final. Hopefully you guys are going to stay here to the bitter end. It has just gone 4 o'clock, so our Run What You Run competition is now over, and the guys are down in the tower here trying to work out who has won what classes, and I'll announce them as soon as I know. Again, if you think you're going to be one of the fastest in your class, don't leave until I've announced it, because I'm going to be doing the trophy presentations at 5 o'clock on the start line, and I would love to have you there, because there's nothing worse than calling out a winner and going, here's a trophy,
and they're not there.
Nobody's here.
Yeah.
And that's one of the good things about having the trophy presentation back. It means that you can come down onto the start line at the end of the day and go, oh, isn't it sticky?
Yeah. It was very sticky this morning, and you weren't even running yesterday.
Well, what I thought was Ray Saunders is not. It's a completely different car. So I've been calling that wrong all day long. Chap in this Integra is probably like, I'm not Ray. Stop calling me that.
The last 4 characters in the right.
Here come the bikes.
There may be something in there.
So as the Run What You Run cars keep coming round, it's now coming up to 20 past 4. Don't forget, if you have finished your day's Run What You Brung, make sure you go and check out all the photos by Blackett Photography, our official on-track photographer here at Santa Pod Raceway. Ian's been out there, well, all day today, and for the hour that he was out there yesterday. So if you've been on the drag strip yesterday or today, make sure you go and check out all the photos from Blackett Photography. The Blackett Photography photo cabin is at the head of the pairing lanes, so make sure you go and check out all the photos from that.
I believe we may have our class winners for Run What You Brung now confirmed. So we'll get those read out in just a second. Lots of thanks to everyone who's been out. Don't forget, Run What You Brung is back on again next weekend. I'm going to come and have another go. We're going to see the Sonic car come round, which we have seen competing today in the Jap Show Finale. And it's actually been the 9th quickest overall. So the car in the right lane, 9th quickest overall today. And that includes the dragster and everything like that. Do we have the class winners in?
We do, we do. Right, just a second there. Okay, looks like track is good. So Ali's back around with the Sonic GTR. He has put in some storming runs today and some storming back half passes. 184 mile an hour we saw earlier. Just needs to get the start sorted and this car will fly. He's been working at it all season. Well, he's going for a rolling start. Puts in the power around about 200 foot, goes hard left. Goes through 11:48 and 163. Really needs to put some heat in the tyres.
Yeah,
that's what the burnout is for.
Yeah, he didn't do the burnout.
No, he didn't do a burnout. And it will really help him if he does a burnout and put some heat in the tyres. Okay then, right, so Run What You Brung winners. We do have, we are back with trophy presentations and class winners. Now, trophies will be given out at the end of racing today, just after 5 o'clock. So if you hear your name, then you'll be picking up a trophy. So, Class A winners. And it's always helpful when people put in their full name, but some of them don't. They're like Madonna. They just go with just one name. So, Class A winner is Serkan with the Nissan Skyline with an 8.96. That's the black Nissan Skyline.
Yes.
Next class for the Toyotas. Toyota MR2 with an 11.72 is Daniel Geary. The fastest Honda Civic of the day is Arshad Jamshed with his Honda Civic the Del Sol, I believe that is going to be. So Arshad Jamshed, Ahmed's brother. Next up we have Mitsubishi class is Kyle Rolfe. Kyle Rolfe with the Mitsubishi Evolution 4 with a 13.50. Just double checking. I trust they know what they're doing. The fastest Subaru of the day, which is on road tyres, is Stephen Lowndes with a 12.51. So Stephen Lowndes with a Subaru Impreza. You are the winner of your class. Alex Shaw was the winner in the Mazda class with that red Mazda RX-7, I'm going to assume that is. The fastest Suzuki of the day is Phil Crossley with an 8.0. Fastest Suzuki GSX, so that's the fastest bike of the day, is Phil Crossley with an 8.06. The fastest non-road legal car of the day was Ben Fox with the Subaru Impreza. So that is, after racing has finished, on the start line for trophy presentations, Ben Fox, Serkan with the Nissan Skyline, Daniel Geary, Arshad Jamshed, Kyle Rolfe, Stephen Lowndes, Alex Shaw and Phil Crossley. Again, on the start line at the end of the day for trophy presentations. And again, if you're just here to come and watch the racing, please do come and join us on the start line once racing is finished. And you can come take photos with the Christmas tree. You can have a little wander around on the start line, see how sticky it is, and take some good photos down there. So come and join us when racing has finished after 5 o'clock.
Can I have a photo with you? Can I have a photo with the man himself?
With me?
Yes.
If you want.
Yeah. How much? $5?
I don't charge for photos.
No? The countdown keeps going. Run what you brung to help us fill the time. How far away are we now from the final?
About half an hour, I think.
30 minutes. So we're into the final 30 minutes.
Ooh. Hell yeah.
What have we found?
Hell yeah. Viennese whirl.
The one my heart has gone to may not want to wait. May not want to wait. Tico, 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 tap. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tap.
Talking of winners, here is one of our winners. Usher Jamshed down there with the Del Sol. He's going to be coming to collect a trophy at just after 5. Right, next one. It's going to be a solo run for the go-kart. Right, left, slalom. Looking to beat a 10.77 from earlier today. And goes through with a 10.69 at 121. Right, 13.76 and a 15.03. So just a reminder, when racing is finished just after 5 o'clock, trophy presentations on the start line will obviously be for our winner and runner-up in the Jap Show Finale Shootout. But we also have trophy presentations for our Run What You Brung Shootout class winners. Kyle Rolfe, Stephen Lowndes, Alex Shaw, Phil Crosley, Ben Fox, Serkan with the Nissan Skyline, Daniel Geary and Arshad Jamshed. Require you all on the start line when racing is finished today after 5 o'clock, and we'll do trophy presentations for you all, get some photos with you to put up on the website. I can see the nose of Mark Mosley's Nissan Skyline round the corner. Hopefully that means Jeff Ludgate will be following on, and we'll be seeing the final of the Jap Show Shootout very, very soon. £750 will be going to the winner, £250 to the runner-up. Not a bad day's work. Don't forget, next weekend, Saturday, is a general Run What You Brung. We run from Dave. We're doing gazebo number 2. They've not had a good weekend. Yeah, next Saturday is general Run What You Brung. We go from 9:30 in the morning till 5 o'clock in the afternoon. On the Sunday is GTI Festival. Much like Jap Show Finale, we have Volkswagen and Volkswagen Audi Group Run What You Brung only. We have Autoglim Show and Shine. We have Dizzy Rascals Handling Circuit. Traders, and of course the final round of VWDRC Heads Up. We have their final round of the championship. 26 cars entered in a shootout. Heads Up racing between all the VWs and Volkswagen Audi Group cars. Following weekend after that is our final Saturday night special, where we go from 9:30 in the morning till 8 o'clock at night, weather dependent. And then Sunday, another day of Run What You Brung. And the weekend after that is our last weekend of the year. Sad, I know. We have Saturday is Flame and Thunder, the big fireworks spectacular where you see jet cars, your last bit of nitro for the year, and a whole host of invited racers from the UK National Drag Racing Championships will be coming to put in their final passes of the year. And then on the Sunday, straight after that, is the final Run What You Brung of the year. Which is always a good one. Always, always.
It's the final one where you tend to see the most drama.
The most destruction as people go, yeah, I'm going to turn it up. What are you going to turn it up to? Blow up. Why? Because I've got all winter to fix it. I'm like, whoa, stop blowing up. We've got the rest of the racetrack to keep going.
So there's a lot of clearing up to do on those ones.
Yeah, sometimes. Not really. Sometimes, most of the time, it's perfectly fine. But yeah, people do set it on kill mode for the winter.
You're going to get out there and have one final go?
Yeah, I'm going to get 2 runs next weekend. And then I'm going to get 2 runs, hopefully.
On the final day?
Not on the final day. I'll be working on the final day, but I'm down to do demo runs on Flame and Thunder.
You're going to do demo runs?
Yeah, well, essentially just getting a couple of runs. Air quotes.
In the dress,
it's called demo runs.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully we'll get a couple of runs on Flame and Thunder.
Nice. Here we go. Here comes the go-kart again.
The weirdest thing is the go-karts don't actually look that bad from the grandstand and the banking. It's when you watch from here that you go, ooh,
Wow, yeah.
not a chance.
Very sketchy, I have to say, watching it from here. Maybe not that time off the launch.
Well, he does have his learner plate on the back, so he is new to this.
A lot of twitching about, though. As they go down.
Well, the thing is,
even near the end of the
I
straight.
assume you've been go-karting, maybe.
Yeah. I used to race karts for years.
Okay, so obviously normal go-kart, what do they do, like 25, 30 miles an hour around a little small circuit? You know, the normal ones that you go...
Higher karts, yes. If you race to a road track, the ones you'd race in the national championship, more so 70, 80.
Yeah, that's it. But the general ones that the general public might have gone in are like 25, 30. They feel fast when you're going around a tight little track.
Yeah.
So we got some of the karts that are approaching like 140, 150 miles an hour, going down into the 8s.
Yeah.
So I just sit there going, not a chance in hell.
No. So I raced karts for a few years, national champs and stuff, and yeah, they'd go about 70, but I don't think I'd ever have wanted to get in one of those seats and take them around here.
Especially when like the air quotes slower ones are doing like 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And all you've literally got is your helmet. Some of them have got a tiny little roll hoop behind them, and that's it.
Yeah, gearbox karts do about 100, but they don't do them. They don't get to it that quickly.
No.
The ones I used to see.
Oh, fair enough.
These ones are
these ones have got nitrous, some of them have got turbo, some of them are supercharged. Scott Cooper, who I've not seen this weekend, his was like it was basically a 4-pot motorcycle engine on methanol with a motorbike supercharger and nitrous. It just had everything on it. He just kept bolting it on.
Wow. Here comes the Mercedes.
Well, Ian's back out with the tractor for a few seconds, so I'm going to rest the vocal cords while he does a bit of clean-up. I think that might mean that we'll have the shootout final coming up very, very soon.
Very soon, yeah.
Wow, that's a nice little bit of heat on my back. That's a heck of a flame. Well, all the water that we put down in the burnout box has now been completely evaporated as Julian Webb pulls out in front of the tower, pulses the afterburner, shaking the tower. This is a lot more violent than earlier today. My fan on the top of the desk is almost falling off. So crew member brings Julian Webb up into stage. As said earlier, we're looking to beat 682, 121.64, 171 and 685, 221. Oh, it's not. much better life for Alan. Is Ali going to go into chase mode? I think he may have left that way too late. Alan Duffy rolls on to the second round with a 10-0 free. And Ali goes through.
Here at Santa Pod. So who's going to make it then down the end of the strip first? Over to you, Luke.
Oh, where are we going? Well, issues for Dougie Gemmell. 164, 60 foot for Matt. 111 at the 8th. This is going to be a good run. 10-0, 644. So,
That's another quarter.
Jack's on the two-step, waiting for Mark to bump in. He's slightly in, the green light. Pretty identical reaction times, but Mark Mosley is hooked and gone. 134 at the 8th and goes through with an 880, and Jack goes through with a 1022 at 142. Jack bows out in the quarterfinals, but a great... Okay then, right, tracks are going back into position. And I believe we're going straight into our Jap Show Shootout Final. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the runway rung pairing lanes are now closed. We have 5 minutes left to go. Got about 10 pairings around the corner. We'll run through them. And then we are done for the day. We've got trophy presentations to do at 5 o'clock on the start line. And again, once races finished, you're welcome to come and join us on the start line. Take some photos, experience to see how sticky it is down there. And obviously, we've got trophy presentations for all of our Run What You Brung winners and our Shootout winners. So again, Sirkan with the Skyline, Daniel Geary with a Toyota MR2, Arsha Jamshed with a Honda Del Sol, Kyle Rolfe with the Mitsubishi Evolution, Stephen Lowndes with the Subaru Impreza, Alex Shaw with the Mazda RX-7, Phil Crosley with a Suzuki GSX, and also Ben Fox with a Subaru Impreza. You are all trophy winners at 5 o'clock, but now we move into business. It is the final. £750 on the line to the winner, £250 for the runner-up. Both of these cars have run down into the 8s today. Both of them, in fact, have run 8.88 and 8.96. This is going to be
close,
won and lost on reaction time.
Yeah. It's going to be incredibly close.
And I wish I didn't have a humbug in my mouth. Right. So both cars into pre-stage. Purge and the Nitrous for Mark Mosley and the Team Extreme Racing. And there goes Jeff Ludgate's Nitrous as well. We got a little staging duel. Jeff Ludgate goes in. Here comes Mark Mosley as he bumps into stage. The lights go down. Green light drag race. Pretty similar reaction times, but Mark Mosley is already out and ahead. Little side twitch at the top end making him lift, but the winner, Team Extreme, Mark Mosley, 8.72 at 156 to a 9.34 at 156. Congratulations, Mark Mosley, £750 richer. And then to finish off the day, the new, I think is a new owner of the Fug Motorsport Super Pro Dragster.
Yes.
This will give you a feeling what it feels like underneath.
Here we go.
It's going to be a little bit noisier than the other things you've heard today.
Right. Great final though. That is loud, yeah.
It's not. No. Right, so Mitsubishi versus Dragster. Where's your money, Jap Show people? Well, 125.64, 119 at the 8th. And goes through with an 8.97 at 144.
I don't think these ones are going to be quite as loud.
Okay then. So Integra versus Nissan 370Z.
I think this will be our final run of the day.
Could be.
It is.
If he's given the thumbs up. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen. We got a solo run from the Civic. And then Ali will be closing the show with the Sonic GTR. Thank you very much for coming to join us today. Don't forget, as ever, when you are leaving Santapod Raceway, Northamptonshire Council, Constabulary, whatever, will be outside collecting for the Christmas party. Don't drive like a dick when you leave Santapod Raceway. There will be speed cameras throughout the villages, and they would love to take some money home from you. So it's just a precursing warning for you. Don't be silly through the villages. Leave it till you get to the motorway.
Yeah.
So let's see what Ali can do on his final run of the day. He has been trying so hard for the past few months to get a 7-second pass out of the Sonic GTR. We have seen 184 miles an hour today. He just needs to put the first half on the track, and he does.
Better,
There
yeah.
we go.
Oh.
Wee, 164, 60 foot, and then goes hard left into the other lane. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Jap Show Finale done and dusted. Chris, did you enjoy your first day
Yes.
at Santapod Raceway?
Yes, it was great. You know, great variety going down the strip, and then the shows were great as well. I have to say, just to be here for Jason Smythe's last show, and to see the guys coming over from Malta as well, Team Maximum Lock doing their show. Yeah,
Brilliant.
It was fantastic.
Good, good. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, if you want to come and join us on the start line for trophy presentations, which we'll be doing in a few minutes' time, come down, have some photos with the Christmas tree on the start line, do all those things that you've always wanted to do that normally you would get told off. COVID, be gone. Come and join us on the start line once again. Mr. Blackett is making his way to the Blackett Photography photo booth. If you have been on the drag strip yesterday or today, make sure you go and check out all the photos that he has taken. Paula has been in there all day, so hopefully you've already visited. But if not, go forth now. Go and meet the man, the myth, the legend. Go and check out all his photos and pay his bills. I'll be back next weekend for Saturday, Run What You Brung and GTI Festival. But in the meantime, me and Chris are going to go down on the start line and give out some trophies. Don't forget, Serkan with a Nissan GTR, Daniel Geary with a Toyota MR2, Arshad Jamshed, Kyle Rolfe with a Mitsubishi Evolution 4, Stephen Lowndes with Subaru Impreza, Alex Shaw with the Mazda RX-7, Phil Crosley with a Suzuki GSX, and Ben Fox. Come and join us on the start line. See you in a bit.